Please be seated. We're gonna begin soon. Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Am I too close to the mic or too far? Am I okay? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening for those who are online. I don't know where you guys are, but welcome to our event. Welcome to the 2021 Korean American Air Taxi and Renewable Energy Summit with the topic in development of urban air mobility using renewable energy, hosted by the Korean Consulate General of the Republic of Korea in Los Angeles, Korean American Energy Association, and Janus Air. My name is Hoel Park, and I'll be your moderator for today's event. Before I begin, as a side comment, I've never imagined in my life that I will be moderating an event with the words air and taxi together. It all sounds too unreal, but mobility technology and renewable energy is gaining ground really fast right now, and I'm honored to moderate this interesting and futuristic event. Unlike the past symposium in July of this year, we are holding a hybrid event today, both live and online. For those online, our live event is being held at Hilton Anaheim, which is in the heart of Disneyland, California. For those who are here, I'm informed that a virtual air taxi simulator will be on site to my left over there for you to experience. You will have 3 opportunities to visit the site throughout the day, once in the morning during lunch break and also in the afternoon. So please feel free to use the virtual air simulator for your experience. During the presentations, if you have any questions, please, for those who are online, please feel free to ask through the chat box. And those who are here, please save your questions after each presentation. We'll have 10-minute Q&A session after each presentation. And also those who are online, please turn on the mute button so that the speakers will not be interrupted. Today, we have a very long and tight schedule. So please, make yourself comfortable. There's coffee in the back and pastries. And as for parking, we have parking stickers at the reception. So if you didn't get parking stickers, get those during the break. So we're about 20 minutes late, so we'll start right along. We will now kick off the event with the welcoming remarks. First from Mr. Sam Min. He's the Vice Chairman of the Korean American Energy Association, followed by Deputy Consul General of the Republic of Korea. Mr. Sam Min? Yeah. All the presenters, please use the mic all the way on the right. This one will be empty to the right of me.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sam Min, Vice Chairman of Korean American Energy Association. Actually, the welcoming remarks should be given by Joseph Kim, the Chairman of the association, but he is now trapped in Korea because of COVID-19. Joseph Kim has been instrumental founding the association and leading, and he has been a visionary leader. The outcome of his effort is today's summit. We are very delighted, and it's my honor to welcome all of you. And also I'd like to say thank you to LA Consulate General of Republic of Korea. They have been very always supportive, founding and supporting all the events we have. So today I'd like to say, on behalf of LA Consulate General of Republic of Korea and Joseph Kim, Chairman of KAEA, I welcome distinguished Deputy Consul General Kwon and Honorable Choi, and President and Chairman of KACCOC, and all speakers and guests. Thank you.
At this time, Deputy Consul General Sung Hwan Kwan would give us a congratulatory remark.
안녕하세요. 권성환입니다. 오케이, 저는 이제 LA 총영사관의 부총영사라고 있고요. 지금부터 이제 영어로 하겠습니다. Hi, very nice to meet you. Good morning. My name is Song Kwon, and I'm a Deputy Consul General and our consulate in Los Angeles. I'd like to welcome you all to this early morning for this meaningful summit working on air taxi and renewable energy. I'm also speaking on behalf of my boss, Consul General Park Kyung-jae. He's in other commitments, so I'm here for him. First of all, I'd like to thank Assembly Member Stephen Choi, who joined us here today. And I'm not sure whether some of the Korean participants are linked in online now, but I'd like to welcome some of the participants from our Ministry of Land and Transportation, who will give presentation today as well. Well, and also I'd like to thank the Hyundai President and CEO of the North American Hyundai Motors, President Jose Manos. I hope my pronunciation is correct. Jose Manos. I met him a couple months ago and kind of pitch on this program that we like to do something to promote, Korea-US collaboration, trying to find out, expand the new, area that we can find the collaboration and cooperation. And Jose gladly said that he would like to join the forum. And then today we will have a presentation by Hyundai Motors about their vision about the new aviation and then renewable energy resources. I would like to brief because we are 20 minutes behind. So I'll be very brief, but I have to say this program, this seminar or summit is directly connected with the May the summit meeting between President Moon Jae-in and President Joe Biden in Washington, D.C. The two leaders committed to deepen cooperation, not only in traditional security area, like dealing with North Korea, but also the two leaders committed to expand and deepen cooperation in other areas such as science, technology, and climate change, and so on and so forth. So today's summit is closely linked as a follow-up measure of the historic summit meeting in May between the two leaders. So the consulate is very glad, and then this is closely sponsored and fully supported by our foreign ministry in Seoul as well. So I hope that this is very, very meaningful event. And then I hope that this summit will be, this is what President Obama mentioned when he was a senator about Google, but I like to copy him. He said, I hope that this seminar will be informative, innovative, and lucrative. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Deputy Consulate General. Before I introduce State Assembly Member Stephen Choi, I would like to invite KCCOC Chairman of the Board up first, because after Assemblyman speaks, he's going to issue a certificate. So we'll save him for last. So Mr. Jim Koo, please come up to the stage. Mr. Jim Koo is the Chairman of the Board of the Korean American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County.
Good morning. We had a long, hard evening last night for the KACCOC, the annual evening gala and stuff. So excuse my unpreparedness, but thank you for inviting us for KACCOC to speak and congratulate this unfamiliar subject to many of us, but very important to the coming age. And I hope to convey all this information to my directors and board members to continually support this futuristic topic, and which is very important to us. And thank you again, and congratulations, and hope that this event will be very successful all throughout the day. And I am looking forward to experience all the new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, last but not least, Assembly Member Stephen Choi of the 68th District will come up and say a few words. And he will also issue certificates. Oh, this way. Stairs. Just grab the.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, VIPs. My name is Stephen Choi, Assembly Member representing 68th District, largely inland Irvine so far, Irvine, Lake Forest, Tustin, Orange, Villa Park, Anaheim Hills. And right now, redistricting process is going on. So it may change from next year election, which is November, primary being June. And it looks like entire Irvine and Costa Mesa and the Tustin area. I don't know whether this is the right place for the politician to be present among you people. You look like all scientists, and the title air taxi and the renewable energies system. This is very impressive. But I was interested in coming here to learn what you are advancing for this title that you are having today as Korea and the US summit on this renewable energy, and then also air taxi. Especially air taxi attracted my attention because of the situation we run into, how congested traffic we run into. In fact, yesterday when I was coming from last night, I had a flat tire from LAX to my home at midnight. I had to call, a lot of trouble. But if we travel in the air, it sounds like riding a taxi in the air taxi. If that's the case, then we don't have to deal with the flat tires. So anyway, California is a leading state for this advanced technology with the center in Silicon Valley, etc. And then also in the environmental issues, California, in fact, leads the country and we can say even the world. If we continue advancing the technology for more improved traffic conditions and renewable energy, I think that this is the right direction. And I wanted to learn what your concerns are, how can government can help, how we can introduce certain bills to help your industry and promote your advancement of such a technology faster rather than government interfering. And we see so many scientific stories in 20, 30, 40 years ago, we only dreamed about, but it's becoming a reality. So it is a very exciting title, and I would like to encourage you to continue working on that topic, and then also approach me how we can in California help you from the government point of view in the policy direction and even incentivizing your research in that area. So encouraging your effort and then also appreciating today's US and the Korea technology area of air tax and renewable energy. I really appreciate your effort, and then I brought certain people to recognize the state of California. I would like to recognize them with the recognition of certificate of recognitions. I wish I can present everybody, but I was told that there are special people who have done a lot of work. So I understand not everybody is here today, but if I can call upon Representative either Mr. or Dr. Sergio Sikuda if you can come over, you can receive the certificates. For the other people, I understand they are entitled to receive this recognition, but that they are not here. Dongjin Lee, and Chairman who was mentioned, Joseph Kim, was in Korea, and Jin Hang Na. But Sergio, you are receiving all of this recognition today on behalf of them as well. Your exceptional professionalism, proactive leadership, and the contribution to the advancement and the mutual cooperation of air taxi and the renewable energy industry between Korea and the United States in the state of California. We extend our sincere gratitude and best wishes for your continued success. Congratulations.
Mr. Sam Min, can you also join the picture?
Picture together, facing.
Yeah, Mr. Sam Min?
Yes, yeah, holding.
Oh, after.
Yeah.
Vice Chairman K also join the picture?
Chairman, see, okay, yeah.
So- 조세킴 거 제가 드릴까요?
Yeah.
조세킴 거 제가 대신 드리겠습니다.
Yeah,
On
okay,
behalf of
Yeah.
Joseph.
yeah, Joseph. All right, that's all. Thank you. Have a wonderful seminar.
Thank you. I've heard Assemblyman Choi speak many times. Your speech is getting better and better. So we'll just move right along to the meat of the event. Sergio, I think you should come back up again. Sergio Chekuda, right? Your name? Okay. If I butcher any of your names, please send me a bill. So Mr. Samuel Chikuda of SMG Consulting will come up. Can you sit on the right?
Do you mind if I don't sit?
You could stand.
Okay,
Just
fine.
grab the mic over there. Yeah. Okay, you could go around this way.
Oh.
Yeah. So this time we're welcoming Mr. Sergio Chekuda. You're Italian, right? Okay. Of SMG Consulting to give us the first presentation entitled Air Taxi Service Analysis and Prospects. We ate a lot of time, but do your best to move it along. Thank you.
Absolutely.
The
Good morning.
floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Just a little brief introduction about me and SMG Consulting. SMG Consulting is a boutique consulting firm, and we operate throughout aerospace, defense, and automotive. And one of our area in which we put a lot of emphasis is this advanced air mobility. I'll show you a little bit what we do. As far as me, born in Italy, doesn't count. I've lived here most of my life. Traveled around the world many times, lived in 5 countries. Aerospace is where I spend the majority of my time in my career. If we can go to the next slide.
Next slide, please. Next slide.
Okay, so to start, let me just go through some definition. Let's take the boring stuff out of the way, right? So that when we talk about this stuff, you're not going to look like deer in the headlights and say, what are you talking about? So many times you hear advanced air mobility. And so advanced air mobility, that is a superset of urban air mobility and regional air mobility. It's basically this new form of transportation that did not exist before new technologies came along, namely electrification, distributed propulsion, and autonomy. And so you see specifically urban air mobility, so for transportation inside a city, and regional air mobility. Regional air mobility, it's basically a little bit like going back in time. When I arrived here in the US in 2000, you could take little Fairchild 19-seaters and go around the regions, like if you wanted to go from here to Bakersfield. Those airplanes don't exist anymore. They're not viable from an economic point of view. And if you go anything bigger, 70-seater, 90-seaters, it's even worse. So this one would basically reopen the possibility of saying, what if I want to go to Ventura and I don't have to actually drive for 2.5 hours or stay on the Amtrak for 3 hours? I still don't understand why. Now let's talk a little bit about this other terminology. You hear eVTOL all the time, right? I always joke that engineers really don't make products, we make acronyms. And so eVTOL is electrical vertical takeoff and landing. Basically, it's an airplane that's an airplane, but it takes off and lands like a helicopter. Other two terms you will hear, eSTOL, it's basically an airplane that can land and take off very, very quickly. In this case, 100 feet to 300 feet. So call it 300 feet to 100 meters, so 30 to 100 meters, and it can just get in the air. And last but not least, we talk about electric conventional takeoff and landing. That's basically the normal airplanes we have today, but instead of being powered by gasoline, or as we say, dead dinosaurs, it's powered by electricity. And then last but not least, you will hear talk about all electric airplanes. So they're batteries. It's a little bit like a Tesla of the air. And then you will hear hybrid. It's a little bit like a Prius of the air, right? Because you got batteries and you got a motor. And the engine can be a turbine, it can be just a normal internal combustion engine. It really depends. So anyway, let's take the boring stuff out of the table. Now let's talk about the fun stuff. Next slide, please. So taking a page from the EU has done a lot of work and has published a lot of research. So why urban air mobility? Why is it good, right? I always say that there is usually two business cases of demand in the market. There is a pull and a push. So a pull demand is when there is a customer that is asking for a product that might not exist. That was the case of the iPhone in 2007. That looks so far away, but not to me. And that's how the iPhone came about. In this case, this is a push demand. And the way that I always say it is, I didn't go to my representative in Irvine and say, hey, I want to fly to LAX. No, I never say that. I just said, can I get there in less than an hour and a half in traffic? But so there is a positive impact, lots of jobs. We'll talk about pilot shortages. That's one of the problems, but that's a piece there. In the EU, for example, it's a big market. If you look at the three biggest markets in the next 20 years, it's going to be the US, China, and the EU. And the way that you can see them, it's China #1, US #2, very close together, and then a little bit farther off, it's the European Union, and then the rest of the world. It's safer mobility. When people say they're afraid of flying, I get it. There's nothing under your bottom, I get it. But at the same time, it's a lot safer to fly on a plane than to actually get out of bed, because there is more people that die getting out of bed than flying on an airplane. Now, everything can change. I'll let you know tonight. And then it's faster. Imagine going from SNA, as in John Wayne, to LAX in 15 minutes. Okay, and it's not, there is other pieces to the travel, but imagine that instead of hours and hours stuck in traffic. And last but not least, cleaner mobility, so lower CO2 emissions. And if you say, well, if I have an electric car, it's the same thing. These airplanes are way more efficient than an electric car, right? I mean, I can put, a ton of batteries, literally 1,000 kilograms or 2,200 pounds of battery in a Tesla, and it's going to be fine. In an airplane, it's not going to be fine, right? Next slide, please. So what is needed for success? First and foremost, safety and security, right? We're used to, as we said, being one of the safest industry in the world, and that's not something that can change, right? I mean, if you imagine we have 15,000 people that die in the US because of car accidents, if you divide that by 365, there should be about 200 to 300 articles. If you divide by 50 states, even just in California, we should have like 3 or 4 articles every day talking about people that die in car accidents. But you don't hear it. You only hear the big ones. Or if you're on Nextdoor on TikTok, you hear about them all the time. And so safety and security, it's very important. Noise is another thing that's important, right? We don't want to have something that's noisy like a helicopter, right? That doesn't matter. Even when I'm in my office and I'm working, if there is a helicopter flying, even with my windows closed, I know there's a helicopter flying. But I don't know if there's a car driving by. Again, I live in Irvine. There's a lot of people with noisy cars. So yes, I hear them, but not most of them. The other part is integration into the local transportation network, right? You want to fly, you need to get there. And so can it be a bus? Can it be a subway? Can it be an Uber? Can you walk, scooter, etc.? The other part is we want this to be affordable. We don't want this to be another toy for the rich. I was looking how much it costs to get a Blade helicopter to LAX. You just need to rent the whole helicopter, and it's $3,000 bucks. I don't even spend $3,000 bucks to go to Europe, much less just go to LAX. So we want it to be affordable. Involvement with the local authority is very important, right? We're used to deal with federal pieces or with big cities like LAX and all this other good stuff. In this point, we need to deal with the cities. If we build a vertiport in the middle of a city, it is a city issue. And I don't think that aviation, it's used to deal with municipalities. We don't. We just deal with one big city and we're done. And last but not least, it's public acceptance. That's another very important. It's the public gonna fly. Are they gonna use it? Because, I mean, if we don't use it, then what's the point? Next slide, please. So what are the next steps? EASA, it's got very good information. The idea is the next thing to do is we need to certify this airplane, right? So that's what we're doing right now. And then we need to integrate them into the airspace. You have to, so once I did a calculation that if you imagine 1,000 air taxis operating in LA Metro and consider LA Metro as something that goes from Ventura all the way down to San Clemente and all the way back to San Bernardino and Riverside County, there will be more flights in one day than there is in 1 year in the entire US airspace. So how about that? That's a lot of flying. And so we need to make sure that, you know, we're not impeding the operations of a large airports. And the other part is we need to be careful not to crash into stuff, right? Operation and pilot licensing, it's another thing that's important. These things are going to be piloted. So, and last but not least, we need to talk to people and socialize this idea. It's people love technology as long as it's the famous NIMBY, not in my backyard, right? And so we want to make sure that people understand, they don't get scared when they see this stuff flying around. And again, it's not going to be fly at 30,000 feet. It's going to be fly at 1,000 feet. So you will see it. You might not hear it, but you will see it. Next slide. So this is the airplanes that we track. And as you can see, they kind of all look different, right? It's not your Boeing or Airbus, right? I invite you, if you don't care about airplanes, next time you go to the airport, try and figure out if you're flying on an Airbus or a Boeing, right? They kind of look the same. I mean, unless you fly in an A380 and then it's big, you know. So here it's a little bit like humans, right? We all have 2 feet and 2 arms, but we all look different. So it's the same thing here. They all have wings, mostly, some don't. But you can see how big is the design envelope here. And all the way to, for example, if you see the little guy on the water, there is a wing. It's called wing and ground. It's basically an airplane that flies a few feet off the water. So it's like a flying boat, call it that way. So you see how big is the design envelope and how easy it is to say, oh, these are eVTOL, and how different they look from each other. Next slide, please. So what we do, because we don't want to go crazy, is that we put them in 4 buckets, right? There is a multi-copter that kind of like a super cool helicopter with a lot of rotors. There is lift plus cruise. That means they got some rotors to go forward and some rotors to go up and down. Vector thrust, it's basically your V-22. You might have seen them fly along the coast with the Marines. And last but not least, augmented lift is just basically we have a lot of motors that make the wing more efficient. So just to give you an idea of the configuration. Next slide, please. So it is a complex market. So the Vertigo Flight Society, that is kind of like the home of all of the things eVTOL, tracks a 550 plus aircraft. Okay, that's a lot, right? If you look at all the commercial airliners produced right now, maybe they're like 10. And here there is 550. Not all of them are successful. Not all of them will be successful, but at the same time, it's a lot of opportunity. And the list in blue you see, it's just a tiny snapshot of 550 vehicles, call it about 200 companies, right? So it looks a little bit like aviation in the 1920s. So, and unless anyone here it's over 100 years old, we have no idea of what it looked in the 1920s, but it was basically the beginning of aviation, right? It was the time when Boeing owned United, and then the US government went to an antitrust case, and then United got split by Boeing. But the origin of United is Boeing. Next slide, please. So what do we do? So one of the things that we've created what we call this Advanced Air Mobility Reality Index. And what happened is when we started looking at the market, we say, okay, this is too much, right? You need to try to put your hands around it and your head around it. And it's just too many. So you want to say, okay, let's try to simplify it, right? So who should we talk to? You know, imagine it's a little bit like, you know, you're trying to buy a car, which car are you going to buy, right? And so what we did, we created something that was clear, simple, and actionable. And the reason is also because, and you will see, there is significant investment coming into this market. And so we wanted to help as well to direct the investment to the right player, right? Or just show who the right players are. Next slide. So we created this index. And when we created this index, we wanted something that was simple, okay? I think especially when it comes to business like jargon, engineers like acronyms, it's just too complicated, right? We wanted something that was simple. And every time you simplify, you lose some things, but again, it's a choice. So what we said, why don't we look at 5 things, right? Why don't we look at funding? Do they have the money to do what they want to do? The team, are the people experienced to do what they want to do? How about their technology? How far along are they? How is it going? The certification. Airplanes are not like cars. Elon Musk can make a car and say, well, you know, your panel gaps look like crap. Sorry, it's a quality defect. In aerospace, it's called violation of your certification, right? In aerospace, every new airplane needs to be a perfect copy of the one that's been certified. So you cannot have panel gaps, nor you can have betas. No, it's okay, don't worry. Self-driving, it's coming next year, next year, next year. No, it needs to be there. And then the last but not least, we need to make them, right? I mean, who cares how cool they are? If we don't make them, we don't make money, right? This is not 501c3. These are not for-profit, non-for-profit. So we want to make money. And when you hear this market saying it's $1 trillion market in 2050, it's a nice number. It's also 2050. So we need to think about it that way, right? How big is the world economy in 2050? It's not like today. So what do is we periodically look into this thing and we talk to all of the OEMs. We went from tracking 14 to tracking 26. The last update came out yesterday. It is like herding cats, but it's an interesting exercise. Next slide, please. So this is what if you went online, this is what you will see. It's an enormous table. You're looking at it. You're like, what the hell? What's important is in the first column, you see the name of the companies we track. Some of the names like Airbus, Bell are familiar to you. A lot of the other names are not familiar to you. And the reason is they're all startups. With the exception of some that are spin-off of larger company. But again, if you look also the first, the third, and then farther down, another 3 have ticker symbols. And the reason is that they are quoted either on the NASDAQ or on the NYSE. With the latest Vertigo, it started traded yesterday. And today they actually rang the bell. And today it's the 118th anniversary of the Wright brother flight. And if you want to know more about that flight and why the airplane flew, I can tell you. So you see the number next to it, it's our way to compute a score. And this score doesn't say who's the best now. The number is a little bit of who is going to make it at the end of adolescence, let's call it, right? So this is a little bit our goal right now. Our goal is you go into college, you're doing great, it's your second year, are you going to graduate or not? This is an index that shows who's the closest to graduating. And even the best of the best and still can have a 10 because no one's flying and the companies are not producing yet. You will see that some companies lump and group at certain specific milestones. And last but not least, you will see that, for example, in this one, 3 new companies were inserted, 1 company went up, 1 company went down. We update these on a monthly to bi-monthly basis. And it's also published by Aviation Week as far as this index. Next one, please. So it's a continuously evolving industry, right? I love bump charts. They're the coolest thing in the world, right? They kind of quickly you can figure out, you pick your favorite OEM and you can follow their journey. And you can see how people go up, people go down. And just to show you, this encompasses the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 update in exactly 1 year. Or 2 days ago, the index turned 1 year old. It can walk. And starting from December 2020 to December 2021, you can see how much movement there has been. And by the way, I cut it to only the top 10 or 12. There is another 10 of them that just didn't fit the slide. And this plot is available on our website. But the beauty is very quickly, you can see how the companies moved, including the fact that the top 2 have been the top 2 for quite some time, right? Next slide. So when we talk about significant investment, so what are we talking about? So if we just sum the first, the second, and the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth, and the seventh, we have about 4 billion or more. So there is significant amount of money. And again, this is cash raised since the beginning from these OEMs, okay? It's not the cash at hand. The cash burn depends by OEM, and it's only available now for the ones that are publicly traded. But as you can see, you see that few OEMs got a lot of money, right? You look at 1.3 million versus 1.8 billion, and that's a big difference. So you see that it's concentrating the hands of few. And the other thing you see is there is also a long tail. Now, the truth is not everyone will need the same amount of money to get to the end. But at the same time, it's a good representation of what you can see. Some companies, you won't be here because they're corporate backed. And when you're corporate backed, you can bury that into whatever SG&A on your P&L. So you don't know. And some other companies, we don't have data. And last but not least, Kitty Hawk, it kind of stands out because it's privately funded by a guy that is extremely poor by the name of Larry Page, one of the 2 founders of Google. So he doesn't have problem financing a tiny company with a few billion, considering he's got 100 and change. Next slide, please. Now, the other part of the interest is also orders. And now in this industry, we've introduced a new flavor of order that's called non-firm orders. And in aerospace, it's usually you have it or it's an option. And that's it. Now you have it, maybe you have it, it's an option. So there's way too many flavors. But if you look at the one in dark blue with the white, those are firm orders. But at the same time, you can see that there is a lot of interest in the industry when it comes to this. In this plot, if you were to get nothing to do and sum up all the numbers, you would come up with almost 7,000 between order, non-firm order, options. So while at the same time, not a lot of money exchange ends, we can say that there is a significant amount of interest. And if you're wondering, this plot was updated yesterday, so it's kind of new. There's no new order between yesterday and today. Next slide. Now, timing, right? We want to know, when are we going to do this, right? Or is this something that, I'm going to fly now, I'm going to fly tomorrow? If you see, there is a little bit of spread, but they're kind of concentrating. And I would point your attention to the year of 24, 25, and 26. And those are the year in which a lot of these air taxis are going to enter service. So 24, it's the first tranche of companies. And by the way, if you cross-check those 5 names with who got the most money, you will find the first 5 people that got money. So it's kind of 5 there, the first, and 5 there. Will they make 2024? A lot of journalists come to us and say, are they going to make it? Are they going to make it? And I always say, we don't have crystal balls. Otherwise, I'd be rich because I would know who to invest in. But at the same time, we know that by next year, by the end of next year, this time next year, if they're not flying for certification, it's not going to happen. And again, it is the market consensus that Joby is probably the most advanced of them. Next slide. So is this a US thing, a European thing? So this map shows you all the cities in the world that have announced plans for urban air mobility. And next to it, you will see when, and you will see what OEMs. And as you can see, yes, it is concentrated in some parts of the world, but again, it's worldwide. Next slide. So how will it look? So this is an example of a vertiport on top of a building in a New York, maybe fictional city for Volocopter. And as you can see, basically land there and then take an elevator, go down street level. And then next slide, please. How does the experience of going through a vertiport, and so Hanwha system that should be familiar to you guys, has invested $25 million in a company here in Orange County called Over Air. And they created this movie, and I have extracted the part in the vertiport just to give you an idea of how the experience would look like. Can we play the video, please? Now, wouldn't we want to go through LAX like that? Wouldn't that be awesome? Instead of, can you take off your shoes, your underwear, everything else? Yeah. So, yeah, TSA, love. Anyway, next slide. I hope I haven't bored you and you found this interesting. And if you have any question, maybe we have a few minutes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have any questions? Could we get a volunteer to pick up a microphone right now, the second mic? Thank you so much. I didn't know you have to take off underwear in the airport. Just joking. No, someone's coming. There's a question over there. I think because this is being recorded, we might need to have the mic for your questions.
Thank you, Sergio. I have 3 questions for you in regards to regulatory agencies, physical manufacturing, and safety. So as far as a regulatory agency, do you see them coming up with something that's not with the FAA because of the vertical, like a Harrier takeoff and the multitude of flights inevitably? From a safety perspective, since there's multiple flights and it's not large capacity, are there any comparisons to traditional large transport airfare? And finally, companies like Joby and the large manufacturers, are they looking to manufacture themselves or partner with somebody like Hyundai who can manufacture in Korea and the United States? And if I can have a quick follow-up about transportation, domestic transportation and fuel cells.
Okay, so let me see if I remember them. So the first one is we were talking about the regulations. So the regulatory agency are going to certify this airplane within the framework that already exists. Here in the US, it's a Part 23, Amendment 64. That's basically, it's the same rules and regulations for your Cessna 172, 182, or the light business jets. In Europe, they've created a specific category called SC VTOL. And in Europe, they are following Part 25 rules. So that means air transport rules. And the idea is that these airplane needs to be as safe as commercial airliner. So you shouldn't be worrying that, oh my goodness, this is a lot less safe. It's not going to be like helicopters. So helicopters are 2 to 3 orders of magnitude less safe than flying on an airliner. China stands out on its own because they're doing their own thing. And they are more open to unpiloted vehicles, so autonomous vehicles. Here in the West, the term autonomy, it's for the next decade, not this one. The second piece, I think let's talk about the manufacturing, because that one I remember. So for manufacturing, it's interesting. There is a little bit of blend of everything. In case of Joby, for example, they are planning to manufacture their own. However, because of the large investment from Toyota, they're actually getting Toyota to help them understand what does it mean to have a lean production line, Kaizen, all of this other good stuff in order to be more advanced. However, at the same time, no one in aerospace has produced airplanes in these numbers since World War II. And in World War II, we were making them out of wood. We weren't making them out of carbon composites. So we need to prepare for this coming wave of airplanes. And right now, really, the manufacturing techniques used in aviation for carbon composites do not scale to these levels. I mean, you can imagine Boeing, we're going to do 14 787 a year, a month. These guys could be produced about 200-300 a month, if not more. So
Can I have a quick follow-up, if I may? I don't know if this is your area of expertise, but I really would like your take on domestic traditional travel. So before all electric vehicles are dominant in sales in the next 5 to 10 years, do you think it would be wise for compressed natural gas to be part of a hybrid from an emission standpoint? And with all these 500,000 electric charging stations that everybody's pushing, charge points, et cetera, do you think inevitably that that's going to be an antiquated technology with fuel cells?
So when it comes to different sorts of propulsion, I think there is room for all of them. It really depends what is the mission. Yes, batteries do not leave a lot of margin for growth. I mean, they're heavy and they're not very power dense, or energy dense, sorry. So there is limitations there. However, if you're looking at serving inside the city, it's plenty. There is a lot of company going to hybrid. And when we talk about hybrid, really the fuel that powers the combustion part of the hybrid can be whatever. So especially in turbines. Turbines are awesome at eating anything you put inside because of the way that they work. And as far as hybrid, I think today a lot of push for the hybrid is to have longer ranges, more reserves, so that you don't have to worry about, not being able to fly far away. As far as fuel cells is another piece of the puzzle. And the piece of the puzzle, it's not, I would see it as a brother as opposed to a replacement. And it really depends on the hydrogen infrastructure. So Europe is spending a lot of money and attention to build an hydrogen infrastructure. Here in the US, it's not resonating as much as in Europe. But again, it could be that would be another source of propulsion. In fact, if you look at some manufacturer, they're saying airplane can be electric, it can be hybrid, it can be hydrogen powered. We're really flexible. Other people have more espoused one form of propulsion. But again, it's like, it depends on the OEM.
There's one more question. Can you pass the mic to the volunteer? We'll take one more question and move on to the next topic.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any concerns about traffic congestion in the sky with the introduction of air taxis? And also, you at the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned, you pointed out affordability as one of the factors to be considered. It seems to me that only the rich people will be able to afford to use the taxi. But I was wondering how much would it cost to use air taxi?
So let's talk about so affordability is a big deal, and I think we in the industry understand that if we want this to become the industry that it should be, it needs to be an option for many, if not for all. So the idea is at the very beginning, the fares are in the $3 to $4 a mile. So if you look at comparable, it's basically comparable to getting an Uber Black. But in this case, you're flying instead of being on the ground. So if you're talking going from downtown LA to LAX, you got about 8 miles, $3, you're talking about $25, $30. Again, will they be subsidized at the beginning like it happened with ride sharing? That's a lot of different pieces. But the goal is that, and the long-term goal is to actually make it an equivalent to an UberX. So something very cheap. However, to get there, we need to go through a lot of other steps, including autonomy, because we need to take the pilot out, because at a certain point, the pilot represents half of the fixed costs. And so by taking the pilot out, we are making this a lot more affordable. But again, not anytime soon. And last, when you were talking about congestion, so two things. Number one, it seems unlikely, but there is a lot of space in the air as opposed to the ground. And the other part is on the ground, you can only space in 2 dimensions. In the air, you can space in 3 dimensions. And then last but not least, a lot of technologies has been developed by air transport to make sure that airplanes can be precisely located. So years and years ago, the airplane was kind of over there. Now we know that in airplanes will pass through their point in space at a specific time, to the second. And so it's called 4D navigation. And so if you apply that here, while the corridors are a lot smaller, at the same time, there is separations and everything that can be maintained. And again, don't think about this stuff as, crisscrossing the skies. No, there will be something equivalent to what we have airways. For example, if you're going from SNA to LAX, it's probably going to fly along the 405 most of the time. Why? The reason is it will shield any type of noise. The cars on the 405 are way noisier than the things flying on top of it, right? And you already have a corridor that's over there, and it kind of gets you in the LAX between the runways because you cannot cross the runways. So there is a lot of things that we need to still figure out. You know what they say, it's the rubber meets the road, right? Everything seems easy until you start getting into the details, and then it gets complicated. Like, for example, there is limitations for baggage. So what happens if someone walks up with 3 26-inch suitcases? What are they gonna do if they don't fit in the plane?
Thank you, Mr. Chakuda. For those who have further questions, his contact information on the slide. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to make a short announcement. We're gonna have lunch in the room next door. And I know a lot of you are busy and some of you might leave early, but if you can stick around for lunch, we would appreciate it. We have a lot of lunch orders made already. So if you can stick around for lunch, that'd be great. Next presenter will be Mr. Sam Min. He's the Vice Chairman of KAEA and also the Professor of Marketing at Cal State Long Beach. He will present us with the second topic, which is the current status of cooperation in the field of new and renewable energy between Korea and the United States and policy suggestions. These topics are so long for me to memorize, but Mr. Min, please, you have the floor.
Can I have a slide on screen?
While the slide is being
Yeah.
going on.
Let me get it started. The
Oh, there it is.
title of this talk is about current status of cooperation in the field of new and renewable energy between Korea and the United States and policy suggestions. This is such a heavy topic, but I was encouraged by Joseph Kim, and he gave this topic a couple of weeks ago. So it was very difficult for me to prepare, but anyway, the first idea was we're going to have a panel discussion, but maybe this time, I'm going to give some suggestions based on my study. So this is after my presentation. I'm going to invite you have some other suggestions as well. My background is I'm actually a professor of marketing in California State University, Long Beach. I joined the Korean American Energy Association 3 years ago as an advisor, and now is a vice chairman of the association. And I was exposed to about my academic interest is more of a marketing and innovation. So I studied a lot about first mover advantages and innovation, marketing and innovation interface. And when I joined the Korean American Energy Association, my interest was about more of energy sectors and renewable energy sectors. So I was given an opportunity to give a talk today. Can you help? Yeah, this, okay. So, what are the current status of cooperation between Korea and the United States? I will say there are 4 areas were identified the presidential summit in this year, May 2021. I could classify those 4 areas. Number 1, technology and innovation. This is a statement, joint statement from the summit. What it says is expand much needed collaboration on technology and innovation. We're gonna work, the 2 countries will work together to develop future-oriented partnership by leading innovation in the areas of clean energy, such as next generation batteries, hydrogen, carbon capture and storage. I think there is a strong words. What it says is expand much needed collaboration in technology and innovation. So the 2 presidents actually agreed to emphasize collaboration in technology and innovation in order to get a net zero greenhouse emission no later than 2050. Second area is climate financing, align official international financing with the global achievement of net zero greenhouse gas emission no later than 2050. And third one is actually the supply chain, area of supply chain. This is export and import to increase resilience in our supply chains, including in priority sectors such as semiconductors, eco-friendly EV batteries, strategic and critical materials, and pharmaceuticals. And last one, I could think about the areas of cooperation between 2 countries is about human resources. To increase 2-way exchange of young environmental leaders to support greater interaction between experts in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and to empower women and girls in these fields. I think these 4 areas are excellent areas. It include the technology, it include finance, it include supply chain, which is an export import, and also it include the exchange of humans. So I think these are 4 areas very comprehensive, and we wish to work together between 2 countries. So what's the current status? Okay, next slide is it shows the current status. I look at what has been developed so far after May this year, but actually I haven't found that much progress. COVID-19 actually halted much cooperation between 2 countries, except for just the LG Energy Solutions and SK's collaboration with US firms, which is GM and Ford, building battery cell plant in the United States. Okay. So one of update. Actually, SK already started building 3 battery cell plant in the United States. That was announced in May this year. And this is a recent development. LG Energy Solutions and GM. This is actually from the Wall Street Journal last week, December 10. They announced that they're going to have another joint venture, 50-50, $2.5 billion investment. They're going to build a battery cells plant. This is 3rd one in Lansing, very close to GM. But one thing interesting comment from Wall Street Journal is it says, its success is heavily dependent on Michigan state tax exemptions incentives. So we will see, but I think I'm very optimistic given the fact that the Lansing is a very critical area for GM, and I think this will help to improve economies of Michigan. So I think this is a current status, and before I'm gonna give 5 or 4 suggestions at the end. But before I give 5 suggestions, I'd like to go over what's going on in the 2 countries in terms of development and deployment of new and renewable energy sectors. First, in the United States, excuse me. In the United States, actually, each state has their own goals. It says renewable portfolio standard. It has been around, next to last 20 years ago, and each state set their goals. The goal is like this for their utilities. About in terms of California, 60% of utilities energy should come from renewable energy sources. Those renewable energy sources could include wind, solar, and many other things. New York has a goal of 70% by 2030. Texas has had a goal. By 2015, they're going to have a 5.9 gigawatt capacity. They no longer provided such a goal, but however, they already exceeded. So they don't need such a goal because they are progressing so quickly. And Texas, Maine has 84% by 2030, and Washington D.C. wants to have 100% by 2032. So what I like to emphasize is each state has different goals. So I think this one has an implication. So. So in the United States, what's the most important part of renewable energy sources? In the United States, wind and solar powers were number one. Wind is number one, solar is number two. Choice of utility scale power generation across all energy types in 2020. And what it says is that this is electric sector added 16.8 gigawatt of capacity of wind power in 2020, and 8.9 gigawatt of utility solar, and 760 megawatt of battery storage for grand total of 26 gigawatt installed in 2020. This is amazing development. By the way, I'm surprised that a couple of years ago, this battery storage wasn't counted as a renewable, but these days, when the U.S. government have published any statistics, they include battery storage as one of renewable energy sources. Very interesting development. This brings a cumulative total installed clean power capacity to 170 gigawatt by the end of 2020. 170 gigawatt capacity. How big is it? This is, I'm going to show you in the next slide, in a couple of slides. It will cover 15 million households in the United States. In the United States, we have 128 million houses. So what it says is with this 170 gigawatt capacity, actually United States could cover roughly one third of population. That's possible. Okay. Anyway, this is what's going on. Next slide. This is very interesting figure. Actually, during the pandemic, even 2020, there was a surge in the development of renewable energy sources in the United States. As you can see, compared to the 2019 and 2020, there was a big development. The amount of investment in the renewable energy in the United States was a total of about $39 billion in 2020. Next slide. So in terms of the states, which state actually developed most? The Texas actually led the deployment of renewable energy to their utility generation. As you can see, the blue bar indicates the wind. So actually, Texas was the state added most wind in 2020. And the second is actually California. California's renewable sources, most renewable source came from solar and energy storage last year, 2020. And one interesting thing, we should know is in Iowa, Oklahoma, Wyoming, Illinois, Missouri, Colorado, Kansas, New Mexico, South Dakota, look at this. They installed a lot of wind power last year, 2020. This is, I would say, amazing development. This is big jump. So anyway, this is what's going on in these days. Next slide. So, nowadays, about 13 states actually rely on the 20% of their electricity generation comes from either wind and solar. 13 states. 5 years ago, there were only 3 states relied on wind or solar. 20% over. That was only 3, but now there's 13 states actually generated their electricity through wind or solar power. Nationwide, nationwide, it is about over 10%, 10.7% in 2020. This is a big jump. It was only 2.3% in 2010. Now it has grown over 10%. Next slide. So, this is what I said. So, do you see some, what I'm saying is, capacity, wind and solar capacities now can cover 50 million homes in the United States. But generation, electricity generation was over 10%. So you will see the gap, right? The gap can be explained by the capacity is different from generation. So actually, in theory, United States could generate up to over 30%, over close to 40%. But anyway, United States relied on the wind and solar about 10% last year. Next slide. So project as of 2021, third quarter, end of third quarter, still this year, 2021, there are a lot of investment in renewable energy sources in the United States. What is it here? The blue dot, blue circle indicate a wind power construction. There are a lot of wind power construction in Midwest. And solar power plant, the addition is East Coast as West Coast. And there are a lot of storage construction is in California. And one thing you should notice is there is an offshore wind power construction in East Coast. The size of the circle indicate actually the size of the plant. Many of them is actually greater than 400 or 600 megawatt capacity of offshore wind under construction in East Coast. Okay. Next slide. Okay, this is new development in the United States. And let me briefly move to what's going on in South Korea. Okay, South Korea is a heavily their deployment and development of new and renewable energy sources is heavily rely on solar power. In terms of utility scale, there is not much wind. And solar power capacity reached 1 gigawatt was at 2015, 5 years ago. Now it's a 4 gigawatt by the end of 2021. So this is really big jump in 4 times. And expected growth of 4.5 gigawatt by 2023. Okay. So Korea has grown the 8th largest solar market in the world. This photo is from the Jeju Island, the solar farm in Jeju Island. Next slide. This fall, Korea announced that they're gonna have a net zero greenhouse emission by 2050. This is very ambitious objectives by Korean government. What they wanted to do is in terms of power generation, okay, nowadays we have a lot of CO2 emission, which is close to 270 megaton of CO2 emission. But by 2050, Korean government wants to achieve zero emission of CO2 by 2050. There are two scenarios. One is completely none, and a scenario B, reduce very close to zero. So from 270 to 20.7 megatons. And also in industries, buildings, transportation, Korean government wants to reduce the CO2 emission very, very little level. This is what Korean government wants to do, and this was announced this fall. Next slide, please. And when we look at the only power generation goals, nowadays at 2020, Korean utilities heavily rely on coal, gas, and brown yellow is nuclear power. But by 2050, based on scenario A and B, both scenarios, the Korea will mostly rely on NRE is new renewable energy sources. And also they're going to rely on low carbon fuels such as hydrogen. They're going to use hydrogen and ammonia for generating power. And also they are mentioning some of a fuel cell that is in this will play a key role in scenario B. And also they mentioned that a very interesting point is grid import. So it depends on whether we're going to join the super grid, Asia super grid or not. But what we're going to do is we're going to have import clean energy from China or other countries. So anyway, now, next slide, please. Now, I'd like to make some suggestions. The first suggestion I'd like to propose is Korea should give attention to energy saving and energy efficiency. I said this is suggestion number 0 because this is kind of baseline. Let me show you some figure. The next slide. When you look at how much we're going to spend and how much Korea wants to consume electricity, between 2020 and 2050, in the 30 years, Korean government proposed that we're going to spend more of electricity next 30 decades. So now the consumption is about less than 600 terawatt hour, right? But Korea plan to spend about double of it, 1,200 terawatt hour in 2050. Does it strange, or maybe it's not strange for Korean, but what I'm saying is Korea has been growing over time. So it is very natural to assume that the consumption will continue to grow because as economy will grow. It has been like this. But when you compare this United States, actually United States has experienced very interesting points. Between 2008, I think 2008, yeah, between 2008 and 2019, there was a decrease in consumption of electricity. And there are many factors, but anyway, it was possible. And there's some projections, how much we're gonna spend in the United States in the next 3 decades. There are not much increase like this. At least this is not a double. But the Korean government proposed that they think that one of the assumptions they have is they're gonna increase the consumption of electricity overall next 3 decades. Next slide. Oh, by the way, why is this so? I think this is can be attributed to 2 things. The price of electric cost and price in Korea is lower than United States. So maybe there is not much incentive to economize or save their energy. The second thing is not much incentives for energy saving compared to United States. So next slide. So a few ideas. Smart energy efficiency building and plant should be encouraged in South Korea. And heat and coal power generation should be deployed more in South Korea. Actually, when you go around in the United States, there are so many heat and power cogenerations in the United States, but not many in Korea. And a variable frequency drive for industrial motors. The industrial, electric prices are cheaper in Korea. So, much of electricity is consumed by the heavy motors. So there was a very there was incentive programs in Southern California 5 years ago. I was involved in that business several years ago. And then I saw that the incentive was really attractive in Southern California. But I propose anyway, there are several ways to save energy and save efficiency first. Next slide. Okay, this is, I would say, first suggestion we might want to think about. We need the creative collaboration among government, finance, manufacturers, and builders of wind power development and deployment. Wind is necessary. The Korean government, Korea cannot really rely on only solar, to achieve net zero by 2050. It is inevitable to rely on wind power as well in Korea. So the next slide. Okay, this is some projections. The global offshore wind capacity will increase 15 times over 2 decades. That was predicted 2 years ago by IEA. This is about the report about offshore wind outlook. And offshore wind potential is actually 26,000 terawatt hour per year. This is huge. What I'm saying is global electricity demand in 2019 was 20,000 terawatt hour. So in theory, this is all theory. In theory, if we relied on wind offshore, what I'm saying is offshore wind power only, actually we could have enough power. The wind is abundant on Earth. This photo was actually, this idea was incepted actually, I first realized several years ago when I visited Copenhagen, in summer in 2015, with the MBA students at the time. When I visited, there was a windstorm. And I saw the article, and the article says that at the time, just one wind for a day created enough electricity for Denmark just for a single day. So I was surprised. So anyway, the wind power is really, we have to really pay attention to. Next slide. So I will say wind power is necessary anyway to meet the net zero goal in Korea. One of our development, actually this news came out 2 days ago, December 15. What you say is, it is announced that to develop 2.4 gigawatt offshore wind power development in Yellow Sea in Jeonbuk province. This is, I think, really good, advance in Korea. I love to hear about it. But however, what I'm saying is the wind is very strong in Korea. This is very good. However, the problem is wind is not stable. And this is highly seasonal. Next slide. The wind, can we rely on wind power? Yeah, well, maybe not. I don't think so. This is, one of the things, we observed this year. In September, actually, United Kingdom, the British invested wind a lot. It was one of the success stories. However, wind didn't blow this September. That was a big, big surprise. So what happened? What I'm saying is that they relied on, wind power. Wind provided 25% last year in United Kingdom, but only 7% of UK energy this fall. The mix of windless air and competition for world gas supply has caused power price to skyrocket. How much? In the UK, electricity prices have doubled in September and are 7 times as high as those a year ago. What it says is 1 year ago, their electricity price was very cheap. Yeah, because they have a lot of cheap, electricity from wind power. But this year, actually, they really dumped. So anyway, this is kind of things, even though we say we have to, Korea should embrace, wind power, there is a problem like this. Next slide. So second suggestion is related to the wind power, instability of wind power. So in order to make up this, compensate this instability, energy storage system should be ready to support wind and solar generation. This is, one of the key factors. So let's discuss a little more detail. Following slide. So what is going on in the United States? As you can see, this is a energy storage system added each year in the United States. There was very little until 2019. But in 2020, there was a big surge. There was a big jump. In 2020, there was a utility scale battery storage capacity, continued to grow, especially last year and this year as well. It is expected to more additional battery storage in 2021 this year. The third quarter year-to-date installations is 1.3 gigawatt. This is 243% higher than at the end of the third quarter of last year. So what we see is, battery storage is soaring. Okay, so I think we have to really pay attention to battery storage system. That is one way. What I'm saying is, let me explain a little bit more. Wind power is unstable. We generate wind power, only wind blows. So when wind blows, we save energy in utility scale battery. And when the wind calm down, we use the energy from energy storage system. Next slide. I think one of the solution is actually supergrid. Supergrid means United States is a huge country. We have Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean. We have a big mountain, desert. So what I'm saying is the total amount of wind in the United States, the continent, North America is very constant, except for in the season of a hurricane, right? So if there is a wind less, then it's possible to dispatch, get the electricity from neighboring states. So does United States has a super grid? No, we don't have it. What I'm saying is, it has been discussed, since 2008, but still it takes time and kind of political battle is going on. But my point is, it's possible. In the United States, there are three groups of a grid. In the East Coast one, West Coast one, and Texas has their own grid. If that is all connected, then the wind power and solar power could be one of the reliable sources, could become more reliable sources. My suggestion is, if you have a super grid, then it's okay. But if not, it's really difficult. At this time, United States doesn't have a super grid. So, when the California break out, then they have to suffer. Blackout is blackout. The short of electricity, it means blackout. Next slide. Will Korea join the Asia super grid? It has been discussed at levels in the last several years. Then could it happen? Can Korea rely on Asia super grid? The concept is, the Gobi Desert, there are a lot of wind. They could generate a lot of wind power, and they're going to dispatch this electricity up to Korea. This concept of a super grid. Then we could say, we get the clean energy from neighbor countries. Can we rely on it? It's hard. This is kind of matter of national security as well. So if not, I think we have to consider something else. I like to suggest hydrogen storage. Next slide. So the third suggestion is to support green hydrogen generation, delivery, and consumption. So if a super grid is not feasible, then we have to be ready to capture those, the green power, and we have to store it. One way to store is actually these days is when wind blows, and we use motor power. So we use we move the water from low position to up position, and then we use it later. This is kind of an energy storage system, but this is very small scale, and this is not can be scalable. It cannot increase. Next slide. So this is what it says is the problem at this time is that green hydrogen doesn't make sense economically now. Producing green hydrogen is very expensive. No one can buy it. This is 4 times, based on my calculation several years ago, 2 years ago, it was 4 times more expensive at best. So what it says is from the Forbes January 2020, let me quote, when there is a surplus renewables, price will drop. What I'm saying is if we have abundant sources of free energy from wind, especially from offshore, then it will become cost effective for green hydrogen. And hydrogen can then be sold or stored until it is needed. The green hydrogen therefore becomes both a form of energy storage and a balancing tool for renewables. My guess is probably in 2030, hydrogen price could become affordable, comparable to green hydrogen, given the assumption that there is a lot of clean energy available, and the very cheap clean energy is available, excess energy available. And given the fact, given the assumption that this technology advance even quickly. Next slide. My view, actually, this is presented 2 years ago in Hydrogen Economic Outlook. I presented that my view is hydrogen technology is one of disruptive technology. Disruptive technology means when it introduced, it performs poorly. But as time goes by, the trajectory of development is faster. What I'm saying is, as long as you pump in more capital, what I'm saying investment, the technology develops faster than existing technology. Anyway, this is a concept of disruptive technology. My view is, I think the hydrogen technology, all the related generation, deployment, and production of hydrogen technology is kind of new technology. And as we invest more, the speed of development will be faster. Next slide. Actually, this is what I predicted 2 years ago. I predicted that actually it was before pandemic. So I was very optimistic. Am I still optimistic? Yeah, I'm still optimistic. I still believe in a hydrogen economy. And I think by 2030, fuel cell electric vehicle will take off. The meaning of take off is, it could be sold without government subsidies. I think that's the point of take off. That's the point of inflection point of market demand. Next slide. So, hydrogen is, we think about hydrogen as energy storage. And offshore wind with hydrogen can be off-grid. One of the problems of, we have to rely on super grid or, off-grid. Off-grid, how can we work? It could be work with the hydrogen production. We produce hydrogen and store it and then transport it and use it. There are a lot of consumptions. Once you developed it, once you have a very cheap hydrogen, the easiest way to consume is hydrogen power plant. We don't need actually fuel cell. What I'm saying is we could convert hydrogen to something like ammonia, and we can burn it as the fuel for power plant. And of course, we could always use a fuel cell, and we could generate electricity that could be used for electric vehicle, automobiles, and long-range drones, and urban air mobility, aircraft, and ocean vessels. I think this is this is key topics of today's talk. Actually, the following talk after me, there is a discussion about hydrogen for mobilities. Next slide. Actually, this is the last suggestion. Okay. Collaborate. We have to collaborate not only with the federal government and organization, but also state government and organizations. Actually, the first slide the only slide I showed is each state has different goals. And when federal government provide funding, most of funding, implemented through each state. So one of the things I just told you in the beginning of the talk was LG and GM wants to build a battery cell plant, but state government, it says anyway, Wall Street Journal says is still uncertain. It depends on state government support. So most of the collaborations, I think at the government level, federal level, yes, okay. However, I think we have to really think about working with state government as well. I think as a vice chairman of Korean American Energy Association, I'm thinking that I think we have to expand our roles in the future. The purpose of a Korean American Energy Association is helping collaboration, cooperation between two countries developing in energy sectors. But I think we have to really think about collaborating with the state government and state organizations. So next slide. Okay, this is summary. I recommended actually 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 suggestions, and many of the suggestions are interrelated. Next slide. So I'd like to take your questions and suggestions, any comment. Actually, it was hard for me. Policy's recommendation and suggestion is really difficult. It could be very controversial. It is my opinion. Your opinion could be different. So your opinion is wrong? No, I don't think so. Your opinion is fine too. Yes.
Before we take a question, do we have any other people, any persons who want to ask another question? Nobody? Okay. Go ahead.
So 2 questions and then 2 suggestions / questions. I'll start with the questions first. So as far as solar efficiency, it's my understanding it's about 20 to 25%. Are there any plans in the technology to increase that? And the other is carbon capture. Are you talking about carbon capture or sequestration and reintroduction into like water tanks, which you can put a specific algae in there and hypergrow it, and it's ready to grow and be harvested within a week? And that could be turned into jet fuel. So instead of the jet fuel coming from a fossil source, it's coming from carbon sequestration.
Yeah. I think that carbon capture is still a new stage. I think that there are a lot of room for improvement. And I think US government and the US and Korea should really collaborate, developing carbon capture, not only carbon capture, but also storage. How are we going to store this captured carbon? I think this is very critical matter. I agree that those should be I think emphasized first. The reason for that is I said a green hydrogen, right? But before green, there is called a blue hydrogen. Actually, before blue, there is gray. So, but actually, the concept of a blue hydrogen is we're going to carbon capture. That concept should be incorporated.
The other 2 suggestions / questions is, are there any plans or anything that you know of in regards to generating kinetic energy, like at a shipping port, wherever there's, even if it's CNG or diesel fuel trucks, going over really low profile plates to compress them and then, use that electricity throughout those local facilities? And the second is, have you heard of anything about harnessing atmospheric water pressure, generating DC, and then converting that to AC for transmission?
I heard about the kinetic energy, but I haven't heard, the other thing. But I think the kinetic energy can be an energy source. But I haven't looked at, I wasn't updated about the recent advance in these days. Kinetic energy has been around, but can it be used as a utility scale, like a huge scale? I don't know. The second thing is it scalable? I don't know either.
Yeah, it would be more local, but the
Oh, yeah.
atmospheric water pressure would be great for like a desalination plant and things like this. So just didn't know if you had heard about it.
Air, because have air pressure and water, We could use kinetic energy. There are many other sources of energy storage systems. But when I see is still those solutions remain very local and the small scale. Only, would you agree or not? No?
Well, wherever you would have fine refined sand or, the water can crush a sub. So I say if it can crush a sub, right now they're using water. They have those things on the ocean surface. But again, that's not reliable. You don't know about the waves. But this would be harnessing the atmospheric water pressure, and water is everywhere.
Yeah. So I think I take your suggestions, maybe other ways to energy storage. I'd like to expand a little bit more. What I'm saying is this renewable energy sources, it's wind and solar, they need a kind of energy storage. I think the kinetic or many other things could be used as a energy storage system. But what I see is a really big the potential of hydrogen as an energy storage system. That's what I believe in. It could actually, many of European countries actually discuss about this. This is one of hot topics, continuing developing about the hydrogen as a storage system.
Any other questions? For those of you who didn't understand what just transpired, I don't understand it either, but it's a very interesting topic. The gentleman who asked the question, you should be a speaker next event. You seems very knowledgeable. Also, those who are online, I did not forget you. If I'm not getting any online questions right now, that's why I'm not asking on behalf of you right now. At this time, it's a break time, so those people want to take stand up, stretch, and go to the restroom, please feel free to do so. And right now, Mr. Assemblyman Stephen Choi will try the virtual air taxi experiment as our first person to try it. You want to try it? It takes 5 minutes. That's why I can't have everybody try it right now. We have about 15 minutes of break time. So if the assemblyman can try it, and then the deputy consul general, that'll be great. And feel free to watch him try it. It will be also broadcasted on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Min. Thank you. We're gonna begin in 15 minutes, so please come back. But we'll also air the virtual air taxi right now, so you can stick around and watch this simulation together. May I have your attention, please? So right now, virtual air taxi simulator is on, so please take a look at the screen. It's being experienced by Assemblyman Choi right now.
네, 네, 네. 지금 네. 지금 이제 이륙하실 때는 배터리 2는 꺼주시는 게 좋고요. 이제 천천히 파워를 올리면은 네, 이거 지금 현재 배경은 인천공항이고요. 그리고 기종은 지금 시중에 있는 그 위스크의 모델을 지금 본따 가지고 만든 기체입니다. 지금 배터리 1이 이제 수직 이착륙에 이용된 힘인데 지금 이제 천천히 이제 올라가고 있고요. 네. 이제 어느 정도 이륙하신 다음에는 이제 힘을 좀 내려주시고 그 다음에 배터리 2를 저희가 두 번째 배터리를 저희가 켜드릴 거예요. 키면 이제 비행기가 이제 앞으로 움직이기 시작할 텐데 여기서부터 이제 비행기 방향을 좀 조정해 주시면 됩니다. 이거 배터리 2는 열려주시고요. 네. 왼쪽으로 좀 기울여 주셔서 아니요. 그 왼쪽으로 살짝만 오른쪽으로 살짝만 다 가주시면 될 것 같아요. 네네 지금 잘하고 계십니다. 이제 여기서 그 왼쪽 화면에 보이시는 게 이제 수평 조절이거든요. 이제 그게 좀 수평으로 맞출 수 있게 오른쪽 조이스틱을 움직여 주시면 됩니다. 잠시만요. 아이고. 이게 처음에는 조금 힘드세요. 자, 이제 다시 잠시만요. 다시 시작하겠습니다. 제가 그 모터는 제가 조정해 드릴 테니까 의원님이 그 방향만 잡아 주시면은 제가 일단은 수직 착륙을 할 때는요. 배터리 2를 꺼 주시고 배터리 1으로만 이제 수직 이륙하는데 이제 사용되는 힘만을 사용하기 위해서 이제 배터리 2는 꺼 주시고요. 이제 조금씩 올려주시면 옆에 한번 봐주시면 이제 프로펠러가 돌아가는 게 보이시거든요. 옆에 한번 봐주시면 이제 프로펠러가 돌아가고 있고요. 이제 천천히 이제 이륙을 해서 이제 어느 정도 높이에 다다랐을 때는 이제 조금 힘을 조금 줄여주시고 그다음에 이제 배터리 2를 켜주시면 이제 앞으로 조금 쏠리지만 균형을 잡아서 이제 수평으로 이제 움직이기 시작합니다. 네, 예, 이제 지금 인천공항에 있습니다. 그리고 이제 어느 정도 속도가 났을 때 수직에 이용되는 힘은 이제 필요 없기 때문에 배터리 1은 꺼주시고 속력을 이제 좀 올려드릴 거예요.
그러면 가는 길을 내비게이터 같은 게 있나요?
지금 원래는 내비게이터가 있는데 지금 현재 이 모델에서는 그 항로 설정은 아직 안 돼 있고요. 지금 네? 지금 현재 조정하시고 계신 네.
위이 아니고 그 시뮬레이션.
네. 그리고 이제 그 조이스틱을 그 왼쪽 오른쪽으로 이렇게 틀어주시면 이게 좌우로 비행기가 움직이게 돼 있습니다. 그리고 이제 착륙을 할 때는요. 그 다시 한번 공항 쪽으로 한번 돌아가 주시겠어요? 한번 공항 쪽으로 돌아가시면은 왼쪽으로 왼쪽으로 조이스틱을 이렇게 돌려주시면 될 것 같아요. 네. 이렇게 천천히 돌려주시면 공항이 이제 보이실 거예요. 저기 보이는 게 지금 활주로고요. 네, 네, 활주로고 지금 이제 눈앞에 저기 이제 앞에 보이시는 게 왼쪽에 보이시는 게 이제 공항 건물이죠. 저기로 한번 가주시면 이제 착륙하도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 이제 오른쪽으로 좀 틀어주시고, 네, 네, 이제 이제 수평 잘 유지하시면서 이제 가시면 제가 이제 속도를 좀 줄여드리고. 이제는 앞으로 가는 힘이 필요 없기 때문에 배터리 2는 그 뒤에 있는 프로펠러는 제가 끄고 이제 날개에 있는 프로펠러를 제가 켜도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 이게 저희가 이제 수직 이착륙 비행기이기 때문에 활주로는 착륙할 때 저희가 사용을 하지 않으려고 하고 있고요. 그러니까 헬리콥터처럼 수직으로 떴다가 네네. 그 왼쪽 화면에 보이시면은 그 갈색하고 파란색이 좀 이분하게 있어야 수평이 맞춰지는 거거든요. 좀 스틱을 조금만 뒤로 당겨 주시면 수평이 맞을 거예요. 네. 그렇게 하면서 이제 조금 있어 주시면 이제 천천히 수직 하강하게 될 겁니다. 지금 건물에는 지금 현재 건물에는 내리시진 않을 것 같아요. 수평 잘 맞춰주고 계시고요. 활주로로 가실 거면은 제가 이제 배터리 쭉 켜드리면 앞으로 좀 가실 거예요.
중간에 와갖고 이제 활주로가 길지가 않네. 이거 내가 조정사 못하겠네.
네, 지금 천천히 잘하고 계세요.
친구가 하시는 대로 그냥 그대로
하고 지금 여기서 이제 수평 맞춰주시면 여기서 내려보도록 할게요. 이게 내려갈 때도 살살 수평 잘 맞추셔서 내려주셔야 추락하지 않습니다. 네네.
A문이 한번 직접 한번 해보시는 거예요.
저요? 네.
잘하는 분이 한번
네네.
아니야 자기가
네네. 근데 혹시 지금 더 시작 안 했어요?
이거 플라잉 택시가 프레시가 많이 나겠는데.
이제 모델은 나오면 오로노머스 파일럿이기 때문에 저희 탑승하면 이제 비행기가
자유롭게 자유롭게. 근데 그냥 질문인데요. 이거 내가 택시를 운행하는 거잖아. 우리가 오르는 게 아니라 그렇죠?
설명하면서 한번 운전을 한번 해주세요. 아, 다 볼 수 있습니다.
네. 그런 게 제일 좋을 것 같은데. 그래야 다른 사람들이
이제 다음 발표까지 해야죠. 요거 요것만 짧게 한 2, 3분만
네네.
한번 시연해 주세요. 제가 줌으로 나가는 거 녹화하고 있는 거가 마이크에
네네.
마이크가
프로그램이 갑자기 찾아왔어요.
We're gonna begin shortly for the third presentation. While we wait, if you can take a look at the virtual air taxi simulation that's going on right now.
사용은 문을 닫아야 돼.
네, 지금 시뮬레이터 동작법에 대해서 살짝 설명을 드릴 건데요. 지금 현재 왼쪽 사이드의 버튼이 이제 두 가지가 있는데, 이게 이제 첫 번째가 배터리 1이랑 배터리 1이고요. 두 번째가 이제 배터리 2 버튼인데요. 각각 어떤 역할을 하냐면, 배터리 1은 지금 보시는 것처럼 이제 날개 쪽에 있는 수직 이착륙에 사용되는 이제 프로펠러들의 파워를 공급을 해주고요. 배터리 2는 이제 꼬리 부분에 있는 이제 수평으로 날아갈 수 있게 해주는 프로펠러에 이제 힘을 주는 부분입니다. 그리고 이제 화면에 보이시는 왼쪽 디스플레이는 수평 맞추는 화면이고요. 그리고 옆에 이제 속도하고 이제 고도가 나올 수 있게 돼 있고요. 일단은 이제 탑승을 하시고 문을 닫으신 다음에 처음에 이제 수직으로 이륙을 할 때는 배터리 2는 꺼주셔야 이제 수직으로 이륙을 할 수 있습니다. 배터리 2가 이제 같이 켜져 있을 경우에는 수평으로 가는 힘도 받기 때문에 이제 보통의 이비톨처럼 수직으로 뜨지 않고 이제 앞으로 가면서 뜨기 때문에 배터리 2는 꺼주시고요. 그다음에 이제 천천히 속도를 내주시면 비행기가 이제 뜨기 시작합니다. 보여드릴게요. 이제 천천히 이제 비행기가 뜨게 되는데, 이제 어느 정도 높이에 이제 다다랐을 때 힘을 조금 줄여주시고 배터리 2를 이제 켜주시면 잠깐 앞으로 살짝 쏠리지만 비행기가 알아서 저 수평을 맞추게 되고 속력이 이제 조금씩 올라가게 됩니다. 그리고 속력이 이제 어느 정도 올라갔다고 느껴지셨을 때 이제 배터리 1은 수직에 사용됐던 배터리 1은 꺼주시고 이제 배터리 2만 활용을 해서 지금 비행을 해주시면 됩니다. 지금 보시는 것처럼 그 날개에 있었던 프로펠러들은 지금 꺼져 있고요. 그리고 지금은 꼬리 부분 프로펠러만 켜져서 이제 앞으로 비행을 할 수 있게 도와주고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 조이스틱을 이제 옆으로 틀어주시면 이렇게 방향을 틀게 되고요. 그렇게 돼서 이제 이륙한 후에는 이렇게 조이스틱으로만 간단하게 그 방향을 조정을 해주시면 비행이 가능하십니다. 그리고 이제 수직으로 이제 착륙을 원하실 때는 다시 이제 배터리 1을 켜주시고 이제 어느 정도 높이를 맞출 수 있을 때 이제 배터리 2는 꺼주시면 됩니다. 그러면 이제 점점 기체가 속도를 줄이게 되고 속도가 다 줄여졌을 때는 그대로 이제 수직 착륙을 하시면 됩니다. 자, 이제 힘을 조금씩 줄여서 수직으로 착륙을 해보겠습니다. 네. 착륙했고, 네, 이렇게 이제 네. 네.
Okay, everyone, we're going to begin right now. So please have a seat.
You didn't crash. Good.
Please take your seats for our next presentation. We will now go into our third presentation with the topic Challenges of Battery and Hydrogen Fuel Cell Systems and Proportional Systems. Mr. Stephen A. Henvey, the president of HS Diversify Solutions, will give us the presentation. Mr. Henvey is joining us through Zoom, and you will see his presentation on the screen, but he will not be here in person. Mr. Henvey, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll share my screen.
Mr. Henvey, if you could give a short introduction of yourself before you begin, we would appreciate it.
Okay, I'll put this up and do that. Are you able to see that now right here?
I'm seeing myself. I don't see anything.
Okay, just one second.
Okay,
Now you have it?
we can see a presentation now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm glad to join everyone from South Carolina. Due to the time difference, and I'll apologize, which is the wrong thing to do in a presentation. I planned on presenting this from my home office instead of the work office. So you have me here somewhat casual. My background is in aviation, primarily as a test pilot, not a designer, and then running aerospace organizations from out in your area, Hughes helicopters that became McDonnell Douglas helicopters that became Boeing, through the Apache helicopter and NOTAR helicopter, and MD-530 was my test experience. And then I was a program manager on the Apache helicopter back in its early days, the A model. At that time, it was about $1 billion a year program. It's a little bit more today and worldwide. One of the most fun times in my life. Subsequent to that, I was the head of engineering at Beach Aircraft and oversaw the trainer and the incorporation of the British Aerospace 800 and 1000 being brought into Wichita, Kansas, producing the various Beach products, which are now part of Cessna, and starting the Premier and the JPATS program trainer, which we won in the 90s. It is also a worldwide trainer. In those capacities, I was reviewing projects and doing certification. I've had extensive time doing certification, mil specs for the US military, flying with some foreign armed forces as well, and with doing certification work with the FAA and international certification. And subsequent to that, I've been in various capacities as an entrepreneur related to what we're talking about today. I had a 26 aircraft operation in the southeastern United States, a company called SatSair that I was one of the founders for, based upon background I had in the Agate program, which was a predecessor of the personal air transportation and a lot of the initiatives you see today. I'll refer to a couple of those during the presentation. We flew out of 500 airports and not out of the very small number of regional and very limited number of major airports in the southeastern United States. And my customers said they had no idea that they could fly out of that many locations. And if you take that and extrapolate it today with eVTOL and the demonstration you just looked at, if you'd imagine it's an infinite number of going from point A to point B locations that people that don't fly or don't fly helicopters don't realize is open to you for business or pleasure. The last part of my background that maybe is germane is I was the CEO of Alakai, which is Alakai Technologies is in development of a hydrogen-based eVTOL, a quadcopter that is, I'm sorry, a hexcopter as opposed to some of the others. And I did some of the early flights on that remotely as it's being in development right now today. So that's what my presentation is based upon. And all of these I'll say are my personal opinions, although I'll have references from some other people that have presented information or I've researched information. I've worked with the University of South Carolina on hydrogen-based projects and things for the southeastern US hydrogen, how you would develop maybe the networks, both the aircraft and the distribution systems and the infrastructure, since that's the part of the country that I'm familiar with. And it was noticeably absent on Dr. Men's chart of showing where the electric grid is. And certainly there are opportunities there. So I have a pretty decent working knowledge of the hydrogen, the early start of trying to provide hydrogen powered only vehicles. So the presentation I have is driven by the propulsion and powertrain. That was a request, but I want to plant a seed that you'll listen to my presentation in the interest of the reason you need a certain amount of power is because of the weight that you're carrying. And try to remember that thought through several of the slides. And the second thought is technology will have to drive the things that we're talking about. I can remember the first video conference I had in the early 80s where bandwidth was a challenge between Washington, DC and Culver City, California. And today you're able to look at my presentation in PowerPoint and we're able to speak. And that's taken 40 plus years to get to that point. So if you look at this chart on the left side, it shows how rapidly technology has gone with a number of years to get fully reaching 50 million users on the left side, and the adaptation by US households, which I think is representative of worldwide households, of how it's changed from, it took a lot longer versus today, looking at social media to get where the majority of the population is using it. The importance of that is the challenge is the expectation we can move very quickly. On the right side, these were developed during the mid-90s when I was working on with NASA on the projects of how would we put in a small aircraft transportation system and how do we get more speed from point A to point B? Since today, as we all experience going through TSA can double the length of a short regional trip. But all of these changes from the 1900s to 100 years later of transportation and the relative size of the markets have come as technology in cars replaced horses, props replaced cars, in other words, more speed, then jetliners displaced props for the mass transportation. And now we're seeing that this will be the next step. And you can see in the mid-90s here, we thought it would take maybe another 15 or 20 years, and it probably is going to take another 25. Or again, what we're seeing in this decade will be what we thought might happen in this decade. And a lot of that is the challenges that y'all have already listened to. And then finally, the incorporation of the public acceptance and the government acceptance and the regulatory acceptances. Again, you can see this was done in 1998, where in the US, people moved from the farm to the city to the suburbs, and now from the suburbs back to the rural America was our estimate that that would take place in this time period here would be the ramp up. And as we've seen from COVID, people working at home, we've now accelerated that through the use of technology. Hang on just 1 second. I may have to, because I'm using a different computer, I may have to change the way it's stepping through the presentation. My apologies. Sorry, now I'm catching up with you. So fundamentally, this is what we all know, but for emphasis, we're trying to move from, and I used it generically, jet fuel, but it could be diesel or low leaded gas, where you carry 100% of energy in your tank. Now we're trying to carry a battery where 5% of the energy is there and 95% is the weight you have to carry to store that 5% of the energy. So when you compare the weight of a kilogram of a battery to a kilogram of jet fuel, when you go to hydrogen, you pick up 300% energy for that same kilogram. So some of the things that, again, I think everybody understands it, but this is the perspective as I step through my slides. There are R&D challenges and there are technical disciplines and considerations that need to be made. There are also governmental and public issues that need to be made, and they're driven by this piece right here. I won't go through the details, but basically, if you have a hydrogen versus a diesel bus for mass transportation, you use a lot of the same elements to generate the propulsion, but you don't have all of these byproducts. Again, we all understand that. It's how do we eliminate these and use a renewable versus a non-renewable, non-fossil fuel. Well, the government and the environment are driving us to that, and the public is demanding it. Based upon what I've observed, and I'm not an expert in batteries, and I don't claim to be an expert in hydrogen, perhaps I know enough to test them and understand it. So if we look at this transition we're trying to go through, the reason the company that I was the CEO of eliminated batteries, we had looked at this in 2012 and 13 and realized that there was an upper limit. And it takes some kind of technology breakthrough here to even get up in this area of how much energy you can get out of batteries. So started looking at hydrogen and the potential, and of course it's all the way up here, but right now we've only got a certain level of density, and with technology, as we switch, and maybe it's going to take a little longer out here, then we'll get the widespread use. And I think, again, Dr. Min's presentation, his estimations of the future are probably not too far off of when it'll start getting widespread use. And I'll try to cover a couple of what I think are the reasons. And also, I'll try to accelerate a little bit. I apologize. This is a comparison that there are a lot of, I apologize, if you cannot see the top of this, there's a diversity of opinions and assumptions when you compare what the raw physics are with how do we get from renewable energy with very little transportation and electricity cost, transportation cost, to actual application versus what the battery can do and who's most efficient. It depends upon who's making the presentation and what assumptions. So I think getting collaboration between the different industries, between the different companies that are pre-competitive will allow us to get a better understanding of where the technology really is. Because a lot of the studies don't consider these areas down here, the use cases, other trades that can be made. So one example of that is this is NASA's way of looking at a lot of places in the world of where are you with technology, how it improves as you go up from basic research through R&D through some proof of principle to ready to go into some kind of production. When I went to Alakai, I assumed we were in this area. I think the battery, as you'll see in some of what I'm going to show, thinks we're up in a certain area. I believe batteries, as a pure battery, to carry any reasonable range and any reasonable payload is down still in the developmental area. And like the prior chart showed, may not ever get to a level of acceptance. So for a hydrogen propulsion package is a way to take a TRL level that's higher. For the key operable word is for a larger man version. And I'm going to explain that in some subsequent slides. So here's where I see hydrogen as a propulsion package. This is all the way from the tank, all the way up to the generation of lift. Integrating the heating and cooling is something that is at a low level that can help us move forward. The status of fuel cells. I'm not going into any of the technology on it, but there's a lot of different approaches, some with high potential, some are showing their limitations. The tanks themselves to store on board, but also to store on the ground. And the status of electric power, how much can you distribute to a multiple number of rotors to lift the payload you need? The hybrids today are getting more and more acceptance because they're up at this level, ready to go into production, but it's a combination of battery and other lifting surfaces or other fuel sources. And I think hydrogen has an ability to bridge that gap as these move up into TRL levels. Apologize for the detail here. I'll let you read what's on the left side. This is just one look at the efficiencies that you have to overcome when you go from a fuel cell. You can also say if you put a battery down here and it goes up into the motor, it just doesn't get as much power there as you have the potential from the fuel cell, where the energy comes in and you have to generate the power by the amps and the volts, a lot of volts and small amps, or a lot of amps and smaller volts, to a motor that can accept it at an efficiency that it can generate the right amount of torque and RPM to give you the power. And then you get into the actual aircraft itself, how much thrust are you getting effectively out of there for the vertical or the horizontal velocity you need, and you need that amount of power. These losses are what we really don't have really good control of today. So one of the things I did after I left Alakai was I wanted to look at all of the aircraft over a wide range of what percentage of the operating empty weight, which is the structure itself, the crew, baggage, what were they? And so you can see there's a trend in fixed wings that as they get smaller, you get a heavier aircraft, and so your payload it stays sort of constant. It goes up a little bit as a percentage of the total gross weight, but your fuel and the fuel required to burn in the smaller aircraft is less. When you look at vertical takeoff aircraft, it's the same trend in terms of percentage of operating empty weight. And you can see what happens with the payload. It drops down pretty substantially. And then when you look at the fuel for the aircraft that are current generation, those are just representative numbers that are available in the public, a little bit of hydrogen weight here and no additional fuel burn weight here. So I kind of took a look at that and said, well, what do we need for this to be successful? My air taxi operation, we could fly 3 people, 2 small ones, or 1 small person, and 2 large ones plus a pilot. It was a 4-seat aircraft, the Cirrus SR-22. It had a speed of 3 miles a minute. Our limitation was not how fast we could go or point A to B, but how much payload could we carry? So how do you get better? Well, you use systems But you really need 1,000 to 1,200 payload. And we had a payload in our air taxi operation of around 900, but that included about 500 pounds of gas that was consumable. So it was only 500 pounds really of payload, meaning that number of people. So one of the ways you can do better is you get rid of the pilot. And that's where autonomy and the challenges of that help you reduce the weight and increase the payload with no other change. So why do you need a 1,000-pound payload? Well, again, I just said it's about 1,000 pounds, as I showed you. Why is there a concern? Because if you saw in my weight challenge, it doesn't matter what type of aircraft you build, they generalize around 25% of the maximum gross weight. So that says to effectively carry a 1,000-pound payload or maybe a 1,200-pound payload for a litter for a passenger who needs to go to the hospital with a doctor or a nurse, just that limited amount of equipment takes that up to about 1,200 pounds. So if you take 1,000 pounds and that's a quarter, that's a 4,000-pound vehicle at a minimum without some additional significant breakthroughs in areas that you need to look at, and I'll talk about those a little bit. And then you need the infrastructure to be able to support whatever that is, charging stations or the fuel, the hydrogen infrastructure, or as I saw in my air taxi, I had 500 airports that were already in place that I could use. So the 500 airports makes a big difference in how quickly you can expand as we migrate from fossil to hydrogen and to public acceptance. We've also seen another thing in aircraft that if you look back in pre-electric aircraft from the Wright brothers through all the generation, market determines how rapidly the technology gets in there, or there's a technology breakthrough, such as a fan jet engine did in the early 60s that opened up corporate aviation and helicopters, a much wider market. Today, we've had a fundamental shift. We now have distributed propulsion and composites. And so we're calling that, I'm calling that, and my friends are that work with me, neo-electric. So why is that important? Well, I love the VR demonstration that you just showed. I've done one of those at Alakai off of the rooftops out in Los Angeles. And I've actually flown that same, it looked like the LA airport there, in a Hughes 500 at 500 feet, going back and forth. But what we have is an infrastructure already in place, these two areas. So let's look at the infinite number of combination, just as an example that you can have with some of the existing aircraft that are being actively looked at by mega bucks, billion-dollar investments, by being given orders for large numbers. And why? Because this is ultimately what we can do. That infrastructure that today is automotive from A and going to B, you can go any of these combinations because it's already there. You just need to have that vertical takeoff capability. You can't carry the weight. So there's a lot of approaches, and there's a synergy between what's going on in the automotive side, in the bigger aircraft side, in unusual configurations, in the big aircraft like Airbus here. And there's common areas there that we'll benefit from. The distributed and segmented markets will drive us into that electrical, hybrid, and pure hydrogen vehicles over the next several decades. And there's enormous growth capability because of all the very positive benefits. I believe the hydrogen powered transportation will be that catalyst. Again, it'll take us a few more years, and it'll support the predicted growth that's shown out through 2040 and 2050 by a lot of the projections. But as I showed in my TRL levels, they're not there yet in hydrogen. So it's probably going to be a segmented market that leads us working our way through using the current state of the art with electric, hybrid, that'll get us there. But where we can really help the hydrogen side, and to a certain extent the battery side, and certainly some elements of the infrastructure, is by collaboration in a pre-competitive aspect. What are the areas? I'm not going to spend any time on them. I'm just going to highlight them that need it in the fuel cell and in the hydrogen areas. These are all items that different companies are putting different emphasis on. The problem is comparing them because sometimes they use different standards to say how many kilowatts per kilogram you have. As I traveled in 2017 and 18 and a little bit of 19 around the world looking at who claimed to have what and what weight, there's a lot of differences and you really got to take it down to a single comparison. Battery, there's a lot of challenges on battery and consideration to be taken care of. The ones I have in yellow, I believe are unique to batteries. And some of those are going to be hard to ever get rid of. The ones that aren't in yellow here are shared between hydrogen and battery powered vehicles. But these are oriented on automotive, but they're applicable to aviation uses too. How much damage do you do when you fast recharge? How good are you in various temperatures? Price is a significant issue because of low volumes. The comparison of automotive volume versus aircraft production volume, for example, and range limitations. While batteries may only be able to go standalone 40 miles or something like that, in an automotive, maybe a little bit longer, not a whole lot in a vertical takeoff. Hydrogen can go probably 2 to 3 times that, but that's still a limitation. So this is a threshold that I think is needed in batteries of 2 kilowatts per kilogram as a minimum to start making significant changes. And what are the areas that are needed in the fuel cell? Again, I'm not stopping to go through any of these. I think a lot of people understand it, but these are the areas that there is research going on worldwide, but it needs to be collaborated in a better manner, as opposed to accepting the status quo in some of these and say we can only achieve 60% or 40%, depending upon who you talk to, as an upper limit. We need to look at all of these from an R&D to raise those threshold levels. The balance of plant is sort of unique to each fuel cell provider, just like that is true on aircraft and cars. How do you handle a turbocharger on an aircraft back many years ago, and how do you handle it today? So all of these things that make those work can be looked at and sized appropriately. For example, do we have high enough capacity pumps to pump the amount of fuel we need, hydrogen or air, to support something like that? And do you use capacitors? How do you convert the energy? And then the tanks themselves are a major issue of, do you use cryogenically cooled all the way to absolute, like 23 degrees? Do you go in intermediate? Do you use gas? But there's enormous weight changes between those options and what the volumetric density of the hydrogen is that you can store. So you have to look at all of those. NASA has made great storage, but very large vehicles down at Cape Canaveral with their circular storage, but it's completely not applicable for our uses. So looking at that and moving to composites and having the right research for that, a lot of these have been used in space already, but very, very small compared to what we would need for the weight for the 4,000-pound type vehicle. So here's something that was just announced in the last week with a consortium of Toray and composites. And what I find fascinating is they're looking at using optical and other things to improve, as well as composites, how you can drive that weight down, how much fuel you can handle, and how long the boil-off rate will take, or drive it to closer to what's similar in other storage of energy. So I think there's critical areas of success. Propulsion package, as I just said, this is a summary. In the structures to get it compliant with FAA or world standards. That, by the way, that's true for the hydrogen. That's my company, Alakai, we were going through that with the FAA. That certainly is achievable. You have to just be ready to show them what is the configuration that you're going to certify to. And then minor improvements in aerodynamics could help. And then obviously we all understand there's a lot of infrastructure, whether it's electric, hydrogen, or combined. So what are some of those R&D challenges? Well, I think I've highlighted enough to, if we can collaborate as a technical community worldwide, we can make that angle at which we go up in technology accelerate. And when the government cooperates with us, like it happens in a lot of governments, we can accelerate that, but it needs to be pre-competitive typically. And then the public has to accept what we're doing. We can bring a vehicle there, and I can relate it back. A lot of people said the car would never work because it'd scare all the horses on the streets. Well, when the horses disappeared, that was no longer a problem, and the people saw the benefit once they had good tires to ride on, electric starters so they didn't have problems turning the engine to crank it up. It was more than a two-seater, and then they had roads that weren't so bumpy or the weather messed them up. All of those take years and decades. The way we bring them together is all four of these need to be in a cooperative way. But why hydrogen and batteries? It comes back to the fundamentals that I started with, which is that today is what we have, what I have in sort of the orange color. The energy, the heavy weight, some composite, but the future, and to get the real air quality, the energy independence that all the countries would like to see, where we're not having to ship fuels all over or carry the heavy weight to get affordable mobility. That's why we need to do this. That's why we need the cooperation. And I think one of the biggest challenges, to summarize it, is the collaboration that we need among countries and among states in the United States and among the federal government and the companies that are trying to do the breakthrough, and in the process of protecting some of their intellectual property, actually slow down the technology cycle. With that, I'll open it for questions if I haven't taken too long.
Thank you, Mr. Hanby. You actually just finished in time. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, you just finished in time. You're not over. Thank you so much for your presentation. At this time, do we have any questions? Online or in person, any questions?
What is the contact information for him?
Do you have a contact information that you want to share? Or no?
Oh, yeah, sure I do. Let me put it up on the screen. I'll give it to you. Well, you have it. You're welcome to send it out. It's shanby99@gmail.com. And it is in the emails I've exchanged with Damon.
Sir, if you look at the flyer, our email address is shown, the KEA. Just email us your question. We will get you the information.
Cool.
Mr. Hanby, thank you so much for your time. Anyone else have questions, online or offline? Okay, thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. So amazingly, we finished in time. This is great. And you guys sat through very dry and scientific seminars, but I commend you for that. In the afternoon, I can assure you the afternoon session will be more practical, and it'll be, you'll learn more throughout the day. Also, another announcement is we have a virtual air taxi simulator for you to observe later. And if you need a parking ticket validation, you can go to the reception and they'll give you a sticker, which is right behind that wall. And at this time, we're gonna have lunch, and the lunch will be held at the room right next door. So please take your valuables and move to the next room, and we'll have lunch for 1 hour and then come back here at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to our second half of the Air Taxi and Renewable Energy Summit. How did you enjoy your lunch, everyone? Good?
Awesome.
It's perfect. Okay. Okay. I hope you don't have food coma though. Don't fall asleep. Second half will be exciting as the first. Okay. So we're gonna begin with our second half of our presentation. At this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Dongjin Lee. He's appearing from Korea through Zoom. He's a professor at Hansa University, and he'll give us a presentation on air taxi actual cases in Korea. Mr. Lee, can you hear me? Mr. Dongjin Lee, Professor Lee?
Yes,
Okay, you have the floor.
thank you. Can you see my material?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Dongjin Lee. Yeah, this is the first time having presentation at 6 a.m. I'm gonna talk about
Good morning.
infrastructure of Taean, Seosan, Nepo in Chungnam for making actual use cases of AAM and PAV. This is the outline of my presentation. First, I will introduce Taean, Seosan, Nepo from the perspective of the infrastructure for the AAM and PAV. Second, I would like to introduce Taean UV LAN and its program and plan. Last, I will introduce the specialty of Hansa University and in aeronautics and aviation. Okay, this is the map of South Korea. As you can see, Taean, okay, Taean, Seosan, Nepo are located in the western part of South Korea. Okay, let me show you a closer look. The park marked in red is Taean. Taean is adjacent to the sea and is geographically stretched in the north and south direction. Taean is about 74 kilometers from Incheon International Airport and is about 95 kilometers from Gimpo International Airport in a straight line. In this page, the part marked in red is Seosan. Seosan is located on land rather than Taean and is adjacent to Taean. Seosan is about 68 kilometers from Incheon International Airport and is about 86 kilometers from Gimpo International Airport in a straight line. That is not that far from the airport to Seosan and Taean. This location is Nepo. The provincial government office of Chungnam-do, Chungcheongnam-do is located in Nepo. And it is a place that will change into a new city in the future. It is also located about 35 kilometers from Taean and about 24 kilometers from Seosan. This page shows the potential infrastructure that AAM and PAV can utilize in Taean, Seosan, and Nepo. Hansa Airfield, Taean UV Land, Taean Corporate City, Seosan Air Base, and Nepo. Although Seosan Air Base is still a military airport facility, Chungcheongnam-do is trying to install a civilian airport in Seosan Air Base. We can consider building a hyper-connected mesh between the potential infrastructure of Taean, Seosan, and Nepo. And this connection can be a functional connection as well as a cooperative connection. And it might be expected that it can be a physical flight route. The distance between Hansa Airfield and Nepo, the point is a little bit late. Okay, Nepo is about 35 kilometers, and the distance between Nepo and Seosan Air Base is 17 kilometers, and the distance between Seosan Air Base to Taean UV Land is just 14 kilometers, and the distance between Taean UV Land and Hansa Airfield is just 9 kilometers. So we are considering this mesh for the utilization of AAM and PAV in Seosan, Taean, Nepo. From now on, I will introduce Taean UV Land in detail. Taean UV Land is located in Taean Corporate City. Taean Corporate City is about 15 million square meters in size and is expected to attract various companies. It plans to have population of 77,000 and expects 7.7 million annual visitors. Golf courses, Golftel, Hanguk Tire Advanced Research Facility, and UV Land have already been built. And Flower Complex, Video Shooting Flag Complex, Industrial Research Complex, International Business Complex, and theme park will be built in the future. Taean UV Land, which is about 9 kilometers away from Hansa University Airfield, has facilities that can operate 9 programs, such as drone pilot training, drone experience, drone racing, drone software education, drone art show, drone and AAM test bed, and AAM PAB simulator, drone AAM event, and balloon. Taean UV Land conducted a selection process for private consignment operation this year, and the Hansa University Consortium was selected and started preliminary operation for 3 months from December, and then officially started operation from March next year, 2022. This diagram shows the structured program to be operated at Taean UV land. We plan to continuously plan various programs to increase the usability of UV land. And also we hope to find ways to utilize UV land with various overseas organizations and companies. And also we want to make partnership. So we can categorize with 5 programs: pilot training center, special experience program, flight test bed, event, and virtual experience. The Hansa University Consortium consists of Hansa University, Pablo Air, Genus Air. Hansa University is specialized in aviation and aeronautics and is the only university in Korea that has its own runway. Pablo Air is a startup with the Guinness records for fireworks swarming drones and has ground control system technology. And Genus Air has a global AAM network and will build and utilize a AAM simulator. This is an aerial photo of Taean UV land taken in the first week of December. Unfortunately, it is winter in Korea, so the grass is not yet covered, but I guess that all side area will be covered with grass next spring. It will be better than now. Taean UV land is about 110,000 square meters in size and has a runway of 400 meters by 30 meters. Look at this. And a helipad of 36 meters by 36 meters. These areas are drone training areas for drone pilot certification. The runway and a helipad can be utilized for AAM and PAB test and operation. The UV land has multi-center and it has control tower and station for monitoring vehicle traffic and managing conflict in operation. We plan to build a system in UV land to follow Korea's UTM, unmanned traffic management, and UATM system in the future. Also, there is a hangar at the left side of the UV multi-center for storage and maintenance of AAM and PAV. In particular, Taean was assigned a special liberalization zone for SLG for drone with a length of about 15 kilometers around Taean UV land. These are the benefits of SLG for drone. First, exemption from test flight permission and stability certification. Also, flight permission exemption. Exemption from approval of special flight, such as non-visual, night flight, densely population areas flight. Also radio compatibility assessment exemption. These are optional benefits. Airworthiness certification exemption and unmanned aircraft. It means empty weight is over than 150 kilogram exempt from flight permission. So Taean has SLG, so we can use this SLG for the test of AAM and PAV with drones. From now, I will introduce Hansa University. This is one of the potential infrastructure of Taean, Seosan, and Nepo. This is the bird's eye view of Hansa University, Taean campus. This active airfield and nearby sites will be used as a core asset to realize the vision of Taean, Seosan, Nepo area. By the way, the small airplane you see in the photo is Boeing 737. And this is the only serviceable airplane in Korea, which is owned by a university. We have the length of 1.2 kilometer runway and about 47 aircraft for education. Let me show you a movie clip to introduce Hansa University briefly in 5 minutes. Please let me know if you can this movie clip.
We can see it.
Okay, I will start. Can you listen the voice? I mean sound?
No,
No?
no. Turn off. Can you press play?
Okay.
We can hear it. We can hear it. We can hear it.
Deliver our opening Hansa International Aviation Conference to all creatures and living on the ground. Overcomes hardships and opens up a world of hope and order. We tell our opening Hansa International Aviation Conference all harmony and equality to nature, tell all human beings. The history of Hansa University's specialization academic programs dates back to 2001. In a small, desolate island, the wind of change started.
You cannot listen anything?
No, we hear it. You could continue playing.
Okay, thank you.
Asia's first university to have its own airfield, aircraft, and top-of-the-range facilities for future aviation talents. The university should be a base that opens ways to those that have a dream. The global leader who flies high in the future's runway with strong belief of guidance and the right path. Hansa will open ways to Hansa students still today that are very intelligent, capable, and confident youth fly into the blue sky. An affiliate organization within Hansol University, the Taean Flight Education Center has its own airfield for training purposes. Hansol University's Taean Flight Education Center provides integrated training programs to the students' needs in the Department of Flight Operation. We also offer rotorcraft private training programs to the University's Department Taean Flight Education Center has one of Asia's best dedicated private flight training airfields and a fleet of modern industry standard flight training aircraft. Training is provided by highly experienced industry veterans and supported by modern, fully equipped training facilities. We aim to help you achieve your dreams of becoming qualified and certified pilots across a range of aircraft types. Institute of Air Traffic Control Education, the hothouse of nurturing air traffic controllers. The Institute of Air Traffic Control Education, an affiliate of Hansol University, was designated as an official training facility for air traffic controllers by the Ministry of Land, Transport, and Infrastructure in August 2003 under the Aviation Safety Law. With the mock air control equipment and control tower at Taean Airfield, we can train high caliber air traffic controllers with ample field experience. Our educational programs meet the requirements of the International Civil Aviation Organization Annex 1. We are the only university in Korea that trains students aspiring to become air traffic controllers with its own control tower within the Taean Airfield. Highly qualified faculty members with abundant field experience administer air traffic control training with A-rated, the highest rating certified by the Ministry of Land, Transport, and Infrastructure. At the Aero Technician Education Center, professors from different departments are responsible for teaching theoretical courses, while instructors with more than 20 years of field experience are in charge of teaching practical courses. We offer training programs that meet requirements of domestic consignment educational programs and U.S. Federal Aviation Administration programs. Our educational facilities include avionics labs, welding labs, non-destructive inspection labs, engine labs, fuselage labs, and hangar maintenance space and facilities. Training equipment includes the Cessna 172 and the Cessna 310 for beginners training purposes, and the Boeing 737-200 for advanced training. Talent that expresses creativity. Pioneer of confidence. Embracing guide of contribution. Hansol University.
Okay, thank you for watching. As you can see in the video, Hansol University is training pilots, air traffic controller, aircraft mechanics, cabin crew, and aeronautic engineer with special systematic education program. This diagram represents Hansol University as ecosystem for operating manned or unmanned vehicles. Hansol University has various aircraft such as single, multi, jet, helicopter, glider. There are about 47 aircraft in campus. Also, Hansol University has 2 training airspace. Airspace 1 has 2 areas. North training area, the size of 36 kilometer by 38 kilometer. Here is North training area. And South training area has the size of 24 kilometer by 15 kilometer. The maximum altitude, airspace 1 is 1,500 feet. And airspace 2 is here. The training area is just 5 kilometer by 2.5 kilometer. It's quite nearby Taean UV land. The maximum altitude is just 600 feet because of Seosan Air Base. But if we have permission from Seosan Air Base, we can extend this maximum altitude. Based on such geographical advantages, Hansa University and local government have a great vision to make Taean, Seosan, and Nepo Central Cluster for AAM and PAV industry. There are 3 key strategies to achieve this goal. And the very first element is infrastructure development. It is based on cooperation between Hansa University and local government. It includes building R&D centers, attracting startup and support facilities, equipment sharing service, and manpower education based on corporate needs. The second element is a direct support by local government in terms of tax benefits and subsidy. It also includes support to win research programs and tech development programs regarding AAMs. The third element is tech investment for commercialization. Taking advantage of infrastructure of Hansa University and Taean, Seosan, Nepo area, on-demand investment matching service is planned to promote AAM industry. Currently, aeronautics and aviation education zone is in operation, is operation with its full capacity. It is used to train fixed wing and rotary wing pilots and to train aircraft maintenance crews. Also, this campus is used to teach students majoring in aeronautical and aviation expertise, which includes, for instance, unmanned aircraft systems. Nearby AAM R&D zone is actively developing now, and also it is open for further cooperation with local government and domestic and international corporates. Moreover, it is possible to explore various educational programs and utilization plans in connection with the Marine Leisure Sports Education Zone. AAM R&D zone is designed to function as an independent ecosystem for UAM industry. Cooperation between university, industry, research will speed up the development process, and it is going to be one of the best shared growth models in Korean aerospace industry. Also, Hansa University will provide related industry with students equipped with practical skills based on needs from UAM industry. Large-scale site is ready for development, direct support from local government. University-owned infrastructure, including runway, control tower, and airport. These favorable conditions will definitely ensure that the Taean, Seosan, Nepo area can be a central cluster for AAM, PAV industry. This is the strategy and plan for cluster site development. The table shows the area of the existing campus site and facility, such as runway maintenance hangar, control tower and main building, dormitory, business incubation building, aviation education center building. Also, new campus site and facility area plan is shown as AAM R&D zone, such as Innovation Hub zone. As a result, we have planned to construct Hansa University Campus Innovation Park with an area of 416,000 square meters. Based on AAM-related policy and market analysis, such as KUAM Grand Challenge Program, MOLIT Third Basic Plan for Aviation Policy, Urban Air Mobility-Oriented Development, we are considering R&D and operation personnel training for KUAM commercialization, expert training for core technology development, operation policy and MRO, use Hansa Certified Institute from MOLIT or FAA, and utilize existing experts in navigation, communication, technology, and control center manager. We would like to build 3 parts. First, aircraft, airframe, parts, and MRO. Second, infra, traffic control, navigation, body port. Third, service, flight service, connected platform. Then merging all of them, we hope build AAM, PAV ecosystem with partner like Genos Air or any other overseas companies and institute and organization for the future sky in Taean, Seosan, Nepo. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. It was 6 a.m. in Korea, right? It's on a Saturday.
Right.
You have the most calm voice in the morning.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you could speak like that in the morning. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, a little bit. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Not too bad.
But yeah, almost it's gonna be time to my daughter will be wake up. So
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions here or online? Okay, I see no hands raised. So we think, okay, you have a question?
Are there any partnerships with other airports in the world or in California?
Are there any, I'll repeat the question. Are there any partnership with Hansong University in any other parts of the world?
Oh, here, I could ask here.
Okay.
If Professor, you could hear me.
Yes.
The question is, are there any existing partnerships with local universities or airports in California? The reason why is because we have a lot of interest in, especially in California, with the with drones, with technology innovation, and as you know, with all of these Silicon Valley companies, and especially with the state of California funding a lot of interest in infrastructure. I think that'll be good to understand.
Okay, thank you for your question. The only company we are connecting is Genus Air, and we hope to make various connection with other companies in California, but we didn't try to make connection. So this presentation is for making the connection with the companies or organization in California. So I hope in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I see no hands raised. I thank you again for your time on a valuable Saturday morning. We hope you enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our next presentation. This topic will be on Hyundai product and mobility strategy, energy sources to fuel the future of aviation. We have two presenters for this session. The first presentation will be given by Ms. Olabisi Boyle. Olabisi Boyle, Vice President of Hyundai Motor North America Product Planning and Mobile Strategy, followed by Yash Prankumar, Senior Lead of Supernal, Global Partnership and Business Development of Supernal. Both of you want to come up and speak? Okay. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Who's going to go first? Okay, you could sit here. Yeah, you could stand, yes.
Is this, oh, there we go. Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you for having me today. And if we would just go to the next slide.
Okay, just wait 1 second. We have a person over there.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So for my Korean colleagues, I'd like to say 안녕하세요. 저는 올라비시 보일입니다. 감사합니다. Yeah. I very much sympathize and empathize with our previous presenter because I was just in Korea about 3 weeks ago, and I actually had to do a webinar, and it was at 8 o'clock here, and it ended up being midnight on Friday night in Korea. So I very much empathize and understand his situation. But thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share with you what we're doing at Hyundai overall in electrification in both fuel cell EV and battery EV. If we go to the next slide. Our chairman, Lee-Sung Chung, has developed for us a North Star. And that North Star is for us to become a smart mobility solutions provider. And it's also what we should do to contribute to progress for humanity. So a very aspirational North Star. But we've made serious commitments on our way to that North Star. And I'll go through some of the elements. We want to make sure at Hyundai Motor Group, we have the right mobility devices. So we've invested in autonomous and advanced driver assistance systems. And we have a joint venture with Motional, which is now Supernal, which Yesh will speak to. We have UAM, which also Yesh can speak to. And we have investments in mobility, electrification, connectivity, and autonomous. We want to make sure we have the right services. So not only do we bring the devices where we have AVs, EVs, urban air mobility, we're also working on the services that make these work. So new subscription models, new car sharing models. In our connected car, do we have nav? Do we have over-the-air updates? Do we have Wi-Fi? And do we have all the business models that are going to keep us connected, including voice-enabled e-commerce? So do we have the right services? Third, essential performance. Even in our ICE vehicles, are we making those as friendly as we can for the environment with our N brand? And as we move, obviously, to electrification, we have an eGMP platform, which is a dedicated electrified platform that is not an ICE platform that's converted to electrification, but a dedicated platform for ICE. And we have ionic models based off that, and we also have it on our Genesis, our battery EVs. Then fuel cell, which we'll talk about a little bit. Next gen fuel cell EV. I'll tell you what we have. We have an SUV, we have a Class 8 truck, and we want to move to urban air mobility. And we have partnerships along that. And then we want to converge all of this with an investment in robotics with Boston Dynamics, where we want to make sure, how do we help in our plants? How do we help in our factories? How do we help in the smart cities? How do we take those devices and make them work for people? How do we, in our plant, have wearable robotics to help people with repetitive tasks? So we have invested in the smart mobility solutions that are going to take us to the future to make progress for humanity and enable our North Star to become a smart mobility solutions provider, all based on our North Star from our chairman. Next slide. So, and our path to electrification leadership, by 2025, we want to have 560,000 EVs globally. We're going to have 12 models on that eGMP platform I told you about, and all new models that'll be 100% electric and some fuel cell EV. By 2030, in Genesis, we're targeting to be 50% zero emission vehicles and have a 15% EV market share on 8 models of them with greater than 400,000 in global sales. And then by 2035, we want to move to carbon neutrality. So we're having less impact on and having a planet-friendly future. And what we measure is what our US, in the North America, what our US battery EV mix is from 22 calendar year all the way to 2030 calendar year, where we want to be 50% zero emission vehicles. So we have very stringent targets in front of us. Next slide. So that eGMP platform, why we're so proud of it is it has the opportunity for battery size capability, different modules that you can put in for battery size. Then 800 volt and 400 volt charging. It can do both. And what is great, we just launched Ionic 5, which just launched here in North America in December, 10 to 80% charge in 18 minutes. That's class leading. And then 60 plus miles in 5 minutes. It also has vehicle to load capability where you can charge things and the car can be charged, right? And so that's on our high speed charging. Modularity and interior flexibility. Because we have that interior flexibility, it allows us to do a lot of things on the interior of our car to allow seating for reclining all the way back, to allow seating to move forward so you can walk from the passenger side to the driver's side. And it allows the outside of the vehicle to be pretty compact, but then the inside of the vehicle to be very roomy. So a lot of things that we can do with this platform. And then optimizing the weight distribution so you can have great ride and handling, and high strength steel and exterior battery cooling. So we're doing a lot of things from safety and driving dynamics. So that's our eGMP platform. We're going to have an Ionic 5, which just came out in December, which is a crossover. And then next year, we'll have a sedan that comes off that same platform. And in a couple of years from that, we'll have a 3-row SUV that also comes off that platform. Next slide. Our electrification initiatives. So we want to make sure at Hyundai that we're coming with the right technology and we have class leading objectives and we've met that. But the other thing that we want to do is how do we increase EV adoption in North America? What things can we do? So there's some things that we've committed ourselves to. When you buy our Ioniq 5, you get complimentary charging for 2 years, unlimited for your Ioniq 5. And the reason we want to do that is while you might have the home charger, we want you to feel comfortable that when you go out, because Electrify America goes all over the United States, how can we make sure that you feel comfortable that you'll be able to charge as you go out? So we've made that an impact on our Ioniq 5. Then we have something new that we just talked about at the LA Auto Show recently. It's called Hyundai Home. Some people, when you're coming, you're like, well, do I want to try this electric vehicle? And then you're like, well, is this going to increase my electric bill at home? And what does that mean for me? So what we wanted to do is bundle the solar charging, the electric car, the Ioniq 5, the generator at home when your electric goes out, and a home charger at home, and have you go to one place where you can have that easy for you. Because a lot of the early adopters, they kind of know about all of this stuff. But the people that maybe are making the transition as we want to go to mass adoption, we want to help make that easy. So we're going to launch a program next year called Hyundai Home that you can go to our dealers and find out about, and then have a one-stop shop. And then EV subscription. So a lot of us, especially in the auto industry, we're into electric vehicles, but some people are saying, well, I'll use it if it works in my life, but I don't know if it'll work in my life. I don't know if I have this home charger. I don't know if I'm going to find a place to charge. Is it going to be a problem for me? So what we're trying to do with EV subscription is allow people to try before you buy. Come in, put your credit card down at a reasonable price. It includes the maintenance, it includes the insurance, it includes charging, and do it for a month or two. If you don't like it, just take your credit card back and you're done. And so what we want to do is enable people that are making that transition, because the only way we're going to meet our objectives and goals going forward is people feel comfortable that, oh yeah, this EV might work in my life. So being those opportunities. So not only did we come correct with the technology in the beginning, the other thing that we're trying to do is make this work for people in their everyday lives. So these are 3 initiatives that we've launched. Next slide. Then we also feel in this planet-friendly future, it's not just battery EV. It can be hydrogen fuel cell as well. And so we have H2, which is our brand that represents our vision for a hydrogen society. And we had some recent announcements that we made. Before we go to that, we've already committed to this. We have a Nexo SUV that's on the ground now. We have an Exient Class 8 truck that has 46 of them that are on the road in Europe. And we have urban air mobility, which Yash is going to talk to us about. So I'll tell you about some of our recent announcements. Next slide. In 2028, we want to have that fuel cell applied to commercial vehicles, those Class 8 trucks going wide. And so we're putting in some plans to get there. For 2030, how do you make the price parity be consistent with battery EV? So that's a key goal. And then we want to broaden the application of fuel cell technology to more than vehicles, to ships, to trains, to urban air mobility as we go forward. So next slide. One of the things that we're doing in the near term is we've partnered in California with Shell to develop 50 new stations in California by 2026 for fuel cell EV. So that's, again, what we're trying to push, because we know people need to be aware, people need to adopt, people need to be educated, and there needs to be infrastructure for both battery EV and for fuel cell EV. And Toyota and Honda are also participating in that agreement. Next slide. And so just to close out before Yesh comes up, is one of the things that we're doing as we're going forward in 22 calendar year is we want to make sure in that EV infrastructure, we're doing everything we can to help generate the enthusiasm, the adoption, the awareness, and the infrastructure for EV. Hydrogen, we expect to be leaders. We've been in the fuel cell EV game for a while. We have products on the ground now, and how do we make that go further? New dealer opportunities. We have a great dealer body. So how do we bring them in to help us with moving this mass adoption further with new dealer revenue opportunities? And then our connected car. If we have that voice-enabled e-commerce, if we have 100% connected car, if we have over-the-air updates, how do we make the interior that's something that works for people to give them more productivity? And then what are the mobility solutions beyond vehicles as we move to a smart mobility company. So I appreciate your time. I didn't want to take up too much of your time, but just wanted to let you know some of the things that we're doing as we want to make progress for humanity and become a smart mobility company. And I'll hand it
Thank
over
you.
to
That's
Yash.
very exciting to hear. Thank you. Now we have Yash Prem Kumar come up and give his presentation.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me? And you
Yes.
can. I can hear myself, so you should be able to. How's it going? It's been a while since I've done this. I think it's been around like 20 months now since I actually spoke to people in person. The last time I spoke was in front of a monitor, and the same for the last 20 months. So really appreciate it, our host for having us here. BC, thank you so much for kicking that off. It was brilliant. What we're going to talk about, we can't talk about as much as BC could about what we're doing on ground. But I'm Yash Prem Kumar. I represent Supernal. Supernal is the new brand of Hyundai's urban air mobility division. We're still part of Hyundai Motor Group, but we are our own standalone brand. And our commitment to urban air mobility and air mobility in general is through our brand and what we're going to represent. Next slide, please. If you don't mind. So at Supernal, I lead the partnership avenue which relates to large-scale infrastructure and ecosystem. So energy, communication, digital platforms, operation, logistics, MRO, those are the elements that I lead. And my team focuses on partnerships that not only work with private companies, but also with public companies. And there are lots of reasons, as Dr. Lee actually presented the last slide, and as BC was talking about, we need like complete partnership. We need like a complete alliance and cohesion across private and public entities to make a brand new market like advanced air mobility to come to life. So that's what my team does at the highest level. And before I came to Hyundai, I actually spent 16 years in transportation, bus, trucks, maritime, a little bit in rail. And the one fascinating thing that I found about transportation was it was probably one of the most fractured market. They were all silos. No one spoke to each other. There was not a lot of collaboration. There was no cooperation between them to create something that was more cohesive and actually had a unified strategy. What I found fantastic, and one of the reasons I'm here at Hyundai was, as BC said, the North Star that was set by our chair, and actually this was set in like, I think at the CES 2020, when we said, our future mobility solutions have to have a purpose that creates, it has to deliver on a need of the people, the communities, before we start talking about technology and solutions. The technology and solutions that we develop have to align and expand the boundaries of the urban communities that exist today and allow for people to get back what is essential to them to improve their own lives and livelihoods. That was a very striking message because the technologies that were talked about at that time, right, the autonomous platforms, the air mobility platforms, our interest in infrastructure, it was a unified vision where we could, or I could see myself being and saying, okay, I can see how all these elements relate and come together to create anything that we want to do. And how urban air mobility, how it fit in that vision was striking. Next slide, please. The goal of urban air mobility is, as BC talked about, all the car vehicles, all the cars and all the trucks that we're doing on ground, is not to displace ground transportation. It's to make the current bottlenecks in transportation that we know of in the 2D space more efficient, to optimize it. The reason why our transportation network suffers right now is like, you know, the constant evolution of like us as people, the growth of our population in urban centers, which leads to us being more scattered, the need for more ground transportation network because we like to be connected like we are today. This is so great. And all of this today is based on what we're using is ICE technology, which is going to be there for a while, but we have to create a very conscious effort to move away from it. And that's what our ground team is doing, you know, in HMA as BC presented. Air mobility, if we started looking at aviation or air mobility, because aviation has always been a silo, it has never been part of other transportation networks. If we started looking at this brand new market as another silo, it will not work. So our first and foundational goal was to ensure that air mobility was completely integrated into the current transportation network. And its focus was to help make the current transportation network more efficient and not to displace the current transportation network. Next slide, please. So that is from a market fit perspective and how would we look at the market in terms of placing air mobility. When we started looking at the platform itself or the capabilities required by the platform itself, it was not about the technology, but it was about the people, the consumers, and the communities that were going to use the technology and then decide what the right technologies were. It's not a new concept. You got, how many, has a lot of people flown in helicopters before? A lot of people? No? Okay, I have 4 trips, that's about it. Very noisy, sometimes very shaky, you know, not so, I didn't feel so safe the first time I flew in it. Extremely expensive and not easy to access. All the same problems that we have to fight if we're going to make air mobility part of these communities and serve these communities to improve on these bottlenecks, we have to address what the communities care about, what the people care about, right? So we started our focus with noise because we expect a lot of them in the sky. It has to be silent, it has to be quiet. It can't add to the environmental pollution more than what we already have. The second thing we started focusing on was affordability. It has to be accessible and affordable to everyone and anyone who want to use it. It has to be an open and an optional choice, a modal choice that somebody can pick to, again, improve their journey and their experience in that journey, the travel journey. And the last one that's not stated here, but it's obvious for aviation. We can't pull over in the sky. We fall from the sky. Gravity is a real thing. So it has to be extremely safe. So safety, there is no trade-off on safety. It's absolute. So those became the elements that we started looking at in terms of that is what we wanted our platforms and our solutions to represent. And that is what helped us decide the technologies that we wanted to use on these airplanes. Next slide, please. So, Supernal. Our goal and our commitment is to focus on a human-centered design that integrates with advance in technology and innovation in propulsion as well as any kind of mobility technology to deliver universal and affordable transportation. We can do this on our own. We are working very close with our affiliates to ensure that we are integrated as part of Hyundai's mobility groups and Hyundai's mobility ecosystem, and working with lots of partners outside of Hyundai so that we can create and help secure this market space. So that's our vision and that's our process through, which helps us look at the ecosystem very differently than a lot of our competitors, and perhaps even like, any other market has today, because this market doesn't exist. Next slide, please. And because this market doesn't, sorry, next slide. Because this market doesn't exist, right? And since this market doesn't exist, we started looking at what are the possible realms that we can operate. We've identified 3 market realms around the entire aviation ecosystem. One is urban air mobility, which is hopping between the city, going from one end of the city to the other, suburbs to the urban, urban centers, airports to urban centers, and vice versa. The second is regional air mobility. This is intercity transport. So 2 to about 500 miles of transportation. And the last one is medium cargo. Medium is a relative term. It's somewhere between 1,500 to about 4,000 pounds of light cargo. But we see us being able to work in all these realms that are currently not defined. It's evolving. And this is where we want to focus. Now, most of you heard, and BC showed a picture of our airplane, the SA-1, which was announced at CES 2020 last year. It will be an electric aircraft. It is designed around the first area, which is the urban air mobility platform for intra-city transport of people. And we are right now exploring and finalizing our design concepts around the regional air mobility and the medium cargo transport. And we believe by focusing on all 3 of these market segments, we will be able to create a very holistic ecosystem and an approach to ecosystem that can easily be replicated and applied at a very global scale, work with our affiliates in a very effective manner, and create some very strategic partnerships, to make sure that these markets commercialize. Next slide. So what is that holistic ecosystem approach? So it's basically focused on everything, but we do not plan to do all of it. We plan to approach this holistic approach through very strategic partnerships and relationships. It encompasses infrastructure, operations, and communities. And the place that we started first was around communities. So right here in LA, we have the first of its kind exclusive partnership with the city of LA to help build this UAM market for the city of LA. As such, we funded and we worked with the city to create a UAM Fellows Office, again, the first of its kind with UML. And we're now exploring how do we replicate that model in other cities so we can start developing these markets in other places. The second part of it is the actual drive for commercialization. This involves the aircraft. We have multitudes of technologies that we have to incorporate within the aircraft that have to be safe, have to be cost-effective, and have to be sustainably available for a very long time. Our supply chain problem is different from aviation because there's about 30,000 aircrafts in the sky. We plan on manufacturing like 15 to 20,000 aircrafts a year. So doesn't quite fit the footprint or the blueprint of aviation. BC, if I'm not wrong, we manufacture roughly 15, 20,000, maybe 30,000 vehicles a week on the automotive side. So quite doesn't fit the automotive structure. So we're stuck in the middle somewhere, which is it's a hybrid. So we need a very different mindset when we look at our supply chain and our supply chain problems. We need a very different partnership structure to actually be able to accomplish this, this mission that we've set for ourselves for the next 20 years. So that's the first one on aircraft. Second, I was in my hotel room, by the way. You don't get to see this in DC. I looked out of my gym. There were 13 helipads that I could count. Just not even looking further, just like within my visible sight, which is phenomenal, but none of them are operational. For these aircrafts to operate, we need vertiports. For these aircrafts to be sustained, we need logistics, maintenance, support, staff, pilots, et cetera. That does not exist for this market. So we have to work that with a very, very focused vision to say, how do we create the sustainable infrastructure for the operations of this aircraft? Then there are other things that may be common. One other area that is definitely common with automotive or ground transportation, but not quite because of the safety and the certification restrictions. That's communication and digital platforms. We hope to use Wi-Fi, we hope to use 5G, we hope to use SATCOM for our communication platforms. But all of those have to be certifiable to aviation standards, otherwise we can't use it. So that's a very different area for aviation, and we're trying to figure out how to build and bridge the gap between existing technology to take it and be applicable to aviation. The last one, which is my favorite topic, because the time that I spent in ground transportation was all around zero emission energy and energy solutions, is the energy network. Each one of these aircrafts has to be charged just to meet the economics of the market in about 7 to 10 minutes. The amount of energy these aircrafts require in the 7 to 10 minutes is about 10x a car needs at fast charge. So if we put 4 of these things on top of a building, that's about 2 megawatts of power that I need on top of a building, let alone the grid. The building can't support it. So energy is a massive problem for us. If this market is to commercialize in the manner that everyone believes it to be, we have to solve this problem. All the others, we can work with the existing technology. We cannot have 100 aircrafts flying in the city of LA today if we wanted to, all charging at the same time. It will likely break half the city. So have to figure out how to solve that problem. And next slide, please. And we've come up with a few approaches. And this is where, what BC presented is so critical for us, because we want to, if we try to create an energy network and a solution space just around aviation, it's going to be untenable. It is not feasible to just create that for aviation, unless it's at an airport. To make these things work in the cities, in the urban centers, we have to start building off of what we're doing in ground. So we work with BC's team quite a bit in terms of understanding how and what is their roadmap, what's their thinking, their approach. And a lot of it comes back to, there is a grid today that we have to figure out how to utilize. We have to help the grid managers, the grid suppliers and distributors create a roadmap for the next 30 years, probably 50, if all of transportation is going to convert to electric, especially with this new mode of transport coming in. So we want to work on that. But that is not enough because aviation has a very specific problem. It has to be the same everywhere in the world. Otherwise, aviation doesn't work. So standardization of that grid network, the offering, the services, the solutions has to be thought through. It does not exist right now for aviation. It's something that we as an industry are working in. Hyundai, we have a better position than others only because of the work that we're doing on the ground front to say, how do we work that aspect? When I say the grid, it's not just the electrical grid, it's also the future hydrogen grid, the future hydrogen pipelines that are gonna come in. We wanna work those and help provide inputs on what is required for aviation so we can influence those starting now. So that's a path of influence, not ownership for us. The second path is the charging and the fueling networks. Again, critical area is work with our ground transportation system folks in terms of understanding what they're doing, adopt those standards. We are already working on a 1 megawatt charging platform. We want to have that. That's what we need. So it's not just for trucks. We want to see how to apply it for aviation. So drive standardization heavy as possible. This is where the collaboration between our groups within Hyundai, the cars, the trucks, the rail, us, our distribution and logistics networks, so critical to make sure that we're following that. All right, and one other thing over there, which ties, it's a different solution from vehicle to grid, is we have to figure out how to increase capacity of some of these charging networks and the grids for peak loading and peak shaving. So we're looking at alternative solutions. So this central area is something that we believe will be an aspect of influence, investment, and partial ownership. Because we want to, again, leverage what's there, but we know that we have to invest to create what we need and make sure that it's standardized, but also own certain aspects of it so we have access to the asset that is going to create those charging. The last one is what is most interesting to at least me. Now, BC talked about vehicle to load, BC, if I'm not wrong. This is a similar concept, but very different. We cannot pull power off the aircraft because we already are going to struggle to keep the aircraft charged. But what we do have on the aircraft are these things called batteries, at least on the initial ones, the electric aircrafts. These batteries have to come off the aircraft pretty routinely, once or twice a year at least. These batteries still have lots of energy left in it. We want to figure out how to repurpose and reappropriate the asset. So this is an aspect, this is a model of like strategic investment and strategic ownership. We want to own the asset, but make the asset more an infrastructure asset than a mobility asset. So the batteries, we want the batteries to be an infrastructure asset. Why? Because one, we can figure out how to reuse it. The second is because, like I told you before, we have a volume problem. We don't have the automotive volume. So the battery solutions we're going to require are very unique to aircraft and aerospace. So we have to figure out how to drive economies of scale for those batteries. By making them an infrastructure asset rather than a mobility asset, we can drive scale. We can drive the volume. We can drive standardization of those batteries across the globe. So this is something that while we're doing it, there are other companies also doing it, but we again feel that we have a pathway to be successful because of the network that we have, not just on the aviation side, but also that comes from the ground. The second avenue there is fuel cell and hydrogen power. Off-grid solutions. How do we develop off-grid solutions? Battery is a good stopgap. It manages peak shaving. It does not give you sustainable avenues of energy. We're looking at hydrogen today as a mobility solution, but from aviation perspective, we want to look at hydrogen as an infrastructure fuel. We want to use hydrogen infrastructure because the molecules can convert to electrons and the molecules can stay molecules. It becomes a great avenue for us to think about, as Professor Lee was showing the pictures of the university, lots of ideas are going through my mind in terms of what you could do there. It's pretty fascinating. But that's why we want to look at regional airports. We want to look at regional airports and say, hey, can we set up hydrogen storage, hydrogen manufacturing on site, which then allows for us to create a hydrogen hub that can fuel vehicles, trucks, as well as airplanes, and use the hydrogen and convert it to electricity and charge the electric airplanes. Can we use that same facility to then sell back to the grid, support the grid, make the grid more resilient, Can we use that facility or that capability to support the community, to make the community more resilient and better? So that avenue there is something that we are very consciously focusing on, but it's a much longer term strategy because it takes a lot to create these things. Anyone who's been in the hydrogen world knows we can't just bring a container of like, a stored hydrogen tank or a tank system and put it in the middle of, any place downtown LA without about 5 years of certification and zoning process, right? So there's a lot of work to be done there, but that's the vision that we want to have and create. So we have a long-term sustainable pathway in terms of how we think about energy and how this will help us, not just Hyundai, but the aerospace market start focusing significantly, not just significantly, but significantly transitioning to zero emission sooner than later. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so I talked about the infrastructure because without infrastructure, there's no product. I spent a lot of time coming up with phenomenal powertrains, absolutely brilliant platforms, and then realized that there is no fuel, there's no infrastructure to support it. But once you have the infrastructure and you have a pathway and a roadmap of infrastructure, you can start looking at what technologies and how do you create the combination of technologies to play with to deliver on whatever is the most sustainable, the safest, and the most economical thing that can be provided to our consumers. So we've already settled on the battery as our source of power for the electric aircraft. We are exploring between hybrids and fuel cell as a phased approach for our regional air mobility aircraft. And it's a phased approach because of the certification restrictions. If we develop a platform too soon and the certification avenues don't pan out, it's a significant effort to just sit and wait. The example of sit and wait would be the AW609. Have you guys ever heard of that aircraft? It's the first tilt rotor aircraft that was designed 20 years ago, has still not been certified, still waiting to be certified. So you don't want to do that way too much in advance. You want to work in line with certification and FAA and the EASA, the other certification agencies. So, again, so you can maintain pace. So we're thinking about how do you approach this RAM market, because the RAM market requires significant range, significant payload. So we're going to develop it. The goal right now is we know that hydrogen is the right solution. We're just looking at how do you phase into hydrogen and what's the timing of hydrogen being most prevalent. And what will allow us to pick hydrogen as a solution is the previous slide, like I talked about, that infrastructure plan. If we can figure out the infrastructure plan, drive the economies of scale, get the economics to work, and make the supply sustainable, then we have a viable solution. And that's what we will be working on. So anyways, this is all of Supernal and what we're doing. Energy, airplane, ecosystem. I've now talked longer than I usually do, and I'll stop now. All right, thank you all.
Thank
Really,
you.
really appreciate it.
Mr. Pram Kumar flew from Washington, DC to speak. So let's give another round of applause. The hydrogen energy, Professor Min, you said 2030, right? He thinks it's gonna happen. No, you stay up there. Ms. Boyle, can you? I want to commend both of you for properly pronouncing the word Hyundai. A lot of people say Hyundai, yeah. Hyundai, yeah. So do we have any questions for our, okay, go ahead. There's a mic right behind you.
So this is for you, Ms. Boyle. You did an amazing job.
Oh, thank you.
I have a observation, a comment, and then a question for you. If the question is too proprietary, please edit your response accordingly. And if you want to chime in, I'd love to hear it. I'm scared of the EV rollout in this country, and I'll tell you why. I think it needs to be done to an extent. I think we're going to overdo it. I think it's a sweetheart deal for investor-owned utilities. And we all know inevitably that everything from avionics to forklifts is going to be fuel cell, including air taxis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So my question to you is, has Hyundai looked at working, I know you said Shell, but 50 stations, by a long date. Do you think there's enough private financing, and is there enough room? In what date, year would you guess that fuel cells, as far as commercial transportation for individuals and fleets, can be supported where it's at 50% of the EV market?
So there's a couple of things, right? So if we looked at battery EV 10, 15 years ago, it took us 10, 15 years to get it to the point where now even all the traditional OEMs are looking at, we should get into that piece. I would say hydrogen fuel cell is sort of at where we were 10, 15 years ago, right? So what did it take to get there? One, it takes the private and public partnerships starting to get engaged. I feel we're kind of at an inflection point that we can start kicking that off for hydrogen, right? So that's one. The second piece is awareness and education, because there's certain people that are still kind of concerned. Even in Massachusetts, there's laws about you can't take hydrogen and, you know, through certain tunnels and things like that, and changing the laws and those types of things. So one of the things Hyundai is doing is, how do we work with government to sort of explain, we're with you on your goals for a planet-friendly future. We're with you on 50% ZEV. To get there, though, you're not going to get there alone with battery EV. You're going to need these types of things for forklifts, for rail. And by the way, it contributes to that progress for humanity. By the way, it contributes to your overall goals you're trying to get to. What I will say, it's about 10 to 15 years behind battery EV. But what I still believe that's a positive thing, because probably 10, 15 years ago, people were like, oh, that EV thing, nobody's thinking about that. We're, you know, ICE vehicles forever. And so in 10, 15 years, I think we'll be at the point where people are more open to this. Yeah, and the Shell thing, I understand it's near term, right? But we're in the infancy of this journey.
Well, gas stations are a great place to start, because
Yes.
there's, you know, that's why CNG is going away. You can actually plan a trip in a CNG car, but it's
Right.
going away. So quick follow-up for you. Have you done any studies on the supply for rare earth material for EV charging batteries versus fuel cell, and geopolitically and supply and demand and impact on the environment? Is that something that you're presenting to certain politicians to kind of get the word out?
So
there?
actually, we've actually engaged in a couple of consultants that are working with us to explore that particular subject before our discussions with government in California, which sometimes tends to be a little bit more progressive in that arena, but also to work with our government on the federal state. So we're working on that.
I have a question from one of the online viewers. I'm going to read it. Maybe not starting with the major cities for hydrogen, but looking at smaller cities is a different approach to the tough city issues of vertiports, etc. UAM not in the city, using 5,000 existing smaller airports. The vehicles will get here before the cities can accept them, in my opinion. I don't know if that's a question or a statement. You want to respond?
It seems like a comment and a statement,
Yeah.
and there's maybe a question tied in there somewhere. But I think I understand what the gentleman or the person is asking. I'm sorry, I thought it was a gentleman, but whoever the questioner is asking. Fundamentally, here's the thing, right? I completely agree with that statement around, if we just focus and waited for cities to be ready for UAM to come in, it's going to be a while, because we just talk about, I mean, LA, let's just take LA, for example. It's one of the most complex places to start changing rules and laws and regulations, because the LA County is like, you know, that's 88 cities, if I'm not wrong. You know, sorry, it's going to take a while, but absolute valid point. We don't need to start within the city, right? This is one of the concepts that we're exploring. Is I talked about the bottleneck and optimizing the efficiency of the existing transportation network. The city is well connected in certain areas. You have metro, you have buses, you have the Ubers, the cars, everything is well set up. The problem that comes up with that bottleneck, the reason why you have a bottleneck is either the capacity, you have a capacity overload, or you have to take the existing assets that would be great and efficient in a specific radii of operation, and you take it and put it outside. Right now, you've created an artificial capacity problem, right? So by looking at and focusing outside the city and helping improve the efficiency of the transportation network that exists within the city is a fantastic viewpoint. A lot of these regional airports are around the city. They are in very accessible areas. They're set up for aviation. So we are absolutely looking at regional airport plans within the LA area. We're exploring which are the right ones that we can start. The work that we're doing with UML absolutely helps us in terms of understanding where the city is and how the city wants to think about it. But we want to create the peripherals. We want to create those radius of operation, right? So start with the outside, make sure that we are optimizing the efficiency, then look at where the bottlenecks within the radius, and then start putting the vertiports where they're required. There was a question around hydrogen, I think, in the rural areas. Yes, makes sense, right? Dropping more electric lines versus creating, like, standalone hydrogen infrastructure makes sense. But the fundamental thing, like BC was saying, right? With hydrogen, the problem is not technology. The problem is not like the platforms that we've developed and our competitors have developed. The problem is there is no supply of fuel, right? So is it just Shell, BC? I think we'll be working with lots of others. We already are working with lots of others, not maybe just in the US, but in Korea. We need to create a very sustainable supply structure for fuel. But unfortunately, I hate the term chicken and egg, but it is a chicken and egg, right? When you go and talk about supply, they're going to ask you about demand. When you start talking about growing demand, they're going to ask you about like, where's the supply, right? So we got to like eliminate the chicken and demand and kind of drive supply and demand together. And there is a concept around like demand-based utilization models that we have to start developing. And rural areas are great if we can show how demand structure works there. The supply will come. That was the element around CNG. It wasn't just done out of the blue. The demand structure was presented for clean energy, Trillium, and T-Boone Pickens to invest in natural gas to make it happen, right? So I think we have to do it. It's possible. It's feasible. It's just not enough thought's been put to it. So I don't know. That's just my response.
Just that on the hydrogen side of that. So, you know, we did the thing with Shell. That's on passenger vehicles, right? But really where the opportunity is when you look at those Class 8 trucks, they're delivering all those big packages that we have. And to the question online is developing clusters. So when we look at hydrogen clusters, maybe we want to look in California, but maybe we want to concentrate them around ports in LA, ports in Oakland. It also helps with environmental justice because that's a lot of place where the air is polluted by all these big trucks. So maybe we set up when we're starting the infrastructure around these areas to support environmental justice, but in clusters. And so you don't just only do it all over California or just for passenger cars, because if you can get them for these Class 8 trucks, that'll also help the infrastructure with passenger cars as well. And so, yeah. I don't know if I
Did you have
gave him
a
mic.
question?
Just quick follow-up. So as fossil fuel companies divest, they're going to have a lot of money. It's just like, you know, alcohol companies have the distribution network for various types of recreational stuff, right? So as they divest, they have the facilities and they have the distribution network. And I understand the supply of the chicken or the egg, but I think this has to come from downright honesty and education.
Yes.
To build out an electricity.
Education and awareness.
The
100%.
supply can be there, but are you concerned at all, even if it's a sustainable source for electricity, that the demand when it's way over infrastructured, I have a feeling they're going to go EV nuts, and people aren't even going to be using them in the end, right? And they're not going to have long story short, are you concerned about the residential consumer going to be paying more even with time of use, where they're paying more for electricity because blindly we're just pushing EV charging and batteries? And I know it's not you guys, but in general, everybody, right?
100%. It's a legitimate concern. And it's one that our government needs to understand as well as we're pushing for 50% BEV. But again, I think we have to look at this as a journey. So the first thing was trying to get people like committed. And then we'll realize how hard it's going to be to get to 50% ZEV. And then we're going to have to adjust what we're saying as we go along. So yes, there's concern, but we have to start. And I think people put the really aggressive goals out there first to get people to, because people weren't going to even pay attention, right? To get people to start. And then we're going to have to make adjustments as we go along for sure. So the concern is there, but I don't think it's a concern that with a lot of time, effort, and smart people that we won't eventually have to solve. But it's a complete concern at this point, yes.
I think there's another question, gentleman next to him.
Hi, yeah, my name is Alex Kim. I'm with the Asian Business Association of Orange County. Thank you for your presentations, very well detailed. My question is about robotics. I know that one of your competitors, Tesla, revealed something about the Tesla bot coming up, and I know that Hyundai acquired Boston Dynamics.
Boston Dynamics.
Yeah, not General Dynamics. So, what are your plans with that? Does Hyundai plan to do a type of robotics that are similar to using artificial intelligence to help out in the workspace?
So there's a couple of opportunities. There's a couple of opportunities. And also come to CES and see, because we're going to be showing some things. There's a couple opportunities. There is in the plants, wearable robotics to help in the plants for, repeated wear and tear on body parts. There is opportunities for automating those processes completely with robots in the plants. There is taking urban mobility vehicles where how do we have an Uber that uses robotic arms to walk up the steps of a brownstone so that someone could come out in a wheelchair, get in the Uber, and then walk down the stairs of the brownstone in the city and walk away. So with all these mobility solutions, there's all these things you can do with robotics to sort of help people be more mobile as we go forward. Yeah.
And one other area for us on the UAM side that is still being explored is that, like I talked about, the batteries have to come off the aircraft. But aircrafts need regular maintenance. Things that where we may feel that people are going to be in harm's way or handling hazardous elements, like BC said, we want to eliminate those. This is where we see opportunities in robotics and on top of everything BC said, that's another avenue that's probably very specific to us because we just have that need on the aircraft to do it. But yeah, those are all avenues to be explored. CES 2020, first week of June, January 2021, two now. Oh my God.
2022, yeah.
Sorry, year and a half for a blur.
So from this side of the room, any questions? Just, okay, Mr. Min, Professor Min.
Yeah, I have a, thank you. Thanks for your nice presentation. I have two questions related to a hybrid vehicle from Hyundai. Do you have any plan to introduce other than different types of hydrogen vehicle North America next few years?
Can't talk about our future product plans, but we're always working on the next generation.
All right. Second question is related to hydrogen vehicle, the market diffusion in California. You said you're gonna have a 50 hydrogen station next 5 years, right? Yeah. Can you disclose where would you like to have locate those 50 stations?
There actually is a roadmap of where we're going to work with the California government. They have to.
Oh, I see.
There actually is a roadmap throughout California where those are going to be.
I see. Yeah. There are some. Is there any some in Southern California here? Is Orange County? All right. Good. Thank you. Good to know. Thank you.
Can I squeeze in a really quick question, a quick answer? Is the President Biden's infrastructure plan going to help you guys in any way?
We support President Biden's, the Biden administration's goal for 50% set.
Okay.
And we also want to have great conversations because there's going to be infrastructure that's required to help support it.
Right.
There's going to be EV adoption and education awareness required.
And there's funding reserved for that.
And there needs to be incentives.
Okay, got it. All right. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming from Washington, D.C. Let's give another clap of hands here. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We have just 6, 7, just 3 more presentations left. And thank you for sticking around. I know most of you are a little tired, but hang in there. It's almost finished. So next presentation will be given by Mr. Clint Harper. He's not here, but he'll be online. Mr. Harper is an Urban Air Mobility or UAM Fellow for the City of Los Angeles, working as a member of Urban Movement Labs as a part of the City of Los Angeles's UAM partnership. He will provide presentation on planning for the integration of urban air mobility in Los Angeles. Mr. Harper, are you there?
I am. How do you hear me?
Hi, you have the floor.
All right, I appreciate it. It is an honor to be here, and I really appreciate the opportunity to present and share what's going on in Los Angeles around urban air mobility. Give me just a second here, and I will share my screen, and we'll get this presentation underway.
Ready.
All right.
Okay. Maybe you want to do like a very, very short introduction of yourself before we begin.
Sure. Yeah, are you seeing my screen?
Yeah. No, not yet.
Okay.
I see this. I see it now.
Okay, great. Yeah, so again, it's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Clint Harper. I am the Urban Air Mobility Fellow for the City of Los Angeles by way of Urban Movement Labs. And in my presentation, I'll get a little bit into what Urban Movement Labs is and what our contribution is in this whole effort. But a little bit about myself. I've been in this position since March of this year. I was hired just shortly after the Urban Air Mobility Partnership was announced by Mayor Garcetti. Prior to that, I was with the Utah Division of Aeronautics. I was the statewide airport system planner and economic development lead for all 46 public use airports within the state. It was in this capacity that I initially started getting involved in the urban air mobility space. And I think it's important to maybe even go back a little bit before so you understand the context, that's motivating my work on this. And so, my aviation career began 23 years ago with the United States Air Force, where I was an aircraft mechanic. I was a flight line avionics technician. With that experience, I moved on to airport operations, or in the Air Force, we called it airfield management. And within airfield management, we transitioned through a variety of different specialties, to really get a holistic understanding of how to enable safe and efficient airfield operations. And so that starts off with aircraft dispatch, and so we are deeply involved in the flight planning process and understanding, how decisions are made in regards to selecting a certain airfield over another when contingency rises, and, knowing the capabilities of the aircraft with the matching capabilities, at the specific airports. This helped us be efficient airport operators, knowing, how the aircraft, we're using the airfields, not just on the day-to-day, how everything is supposed to happen, but during contingencies. When incidents happened, we have a deep understanding of, how to maximize the safety of life and equipment in that. My Air Force career also took me through an education and training tour where I taught all the Air Force's and DoD's airfield management courses, as well as an airspace management course. And with that, as my Air Force career came to an end, retired back in 2014, I wanted to transition all my skills over into the civilian sector. And to do that, I had to get a degree. I chose a degree in city and metropolitan planning because through my military travels, I really developed a deep love for communities and a fascination for, how different cities evolved and what made them great to be in versus another city. And with this education, I started learning about some of the really deeper issues that exist within cities, like homelessness, transportation inequities, food insecurities. And I started to realize and see that, my perception was aviation wasn't doing enough to be a part of those solutions. And so for a short time, I really wanted to leave the aviation industry and pursue, a career in city and metropolitan planning. If it wasn't through the mentorship of some professors and some of my colleagues, that really challenged me to re-engage with the aviation industry and bring some of these problems to the forefront and seek out solutions for how aviation can be a part of, all the solutions that other planners are working towards within cities. And so that's really that happened just as the advanced air mobility and urban air mobility momentum really started taking hold. And so I became an advocate for communities, and I was really trying to communicate to the industry, that to make all this happen, to make, some of the great ideas that are out there, and to reduce aviation emissions, noise, and increase accessibility. We really had to talk to communities. We had to understand, what the communities were doing, how are they solving transportation issues today, and how can urban air mobility be a complement to that? And so that really informed my work that led into, this position as the Urban Air Mobility Fellow. And so just a quick summary, this is a kind of a who, what, why, where, when presentation. It's going to be at a high level, and I heard some of the technical talk that was taking place as I joined this conversation. And so this will remain at a high level. And I hope that's a bit refreshing after I'm sure you've heard some other topics that really challenge, the technical side of your mind. I want to talk more on a policy development side and really talk about, what needs to happen in communities to foster public acceptance and to help the cities and the city staff, understand, how to leverage this new technology to make our cities better places. And so all this starts with the who, so who is the Urban Air Mobility Partnership? First and foremost, the Urban Air Mobility Partnership was established December of last year between the Mayor's Office of Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Department of Transportation, Urban Movement Labs, and our initial OEM partner, Hyundai, who now know has been branded Supernal. With this partnership in place, we are able to kind of work between, government, business, and community, and represent needs across, the lines of these stakeholders, and really start helping the communities, understand what this technology really is. And a lot of my work has been on the community outreach side, first and foremost, because I think, there are some players in the industry that have been feeding, some industry hype that I think, it sounds really good and it sounds really cool, but I think there's a good potential that we've done a little bit of more bad than good, with some of the hype around flying cars and, some of the other things that, without proper context and understanding how all this is going to happen, it's hard for just a typical community member to really understand what is the benefit here. It seems like it's all risk, little benefit, unless you're a wealthy person that has the means to use aviation on a regular basis. And so, we really had to break it down and get away from the flying cars narrative, get away from the Jetsons, and focus back on, that this is aviation. And yes, aviation has always been an industry, that was geared to move high value, time critical assets, whether that be people or cargo. And that's not going to change. I think what changes though is, where that line, is of where high value is, and, hoping that we can lower that bar. Whereas maybe today you have to make $200,000 a year to use a charter helicopter on a somewhat regular basis. With the introduction of eVTOL and other aviation technologies that are emerging, maybe we can move that down to a 150, and then maybe we can move that down to 100, and we can just make it more affordable incrementally, for a wider range of people. And so, trying to, with that kind of goal in mind, we're really working between, our OEM partners, the city staff, and the community to start developing a holistic understanding of how this needs to operate within the city of Los Angeles. And so the goals of the Urban Air Mobility Partnership are threefold. First and foremost, our job is to engage and educate Angelinos. And that's much of the work that I just described. We're getting out there and we're talking to community members, and we're trying to educate them on what this is, because there's going to be opportunities to provide feedback and engage and be part of the development process, as this policy evolves. And to do that, we need community members that are educated and have a basic framework of what this technology is, so that they can provide that meaningful feedback. Our second goal is to interface with the industry. That may be OEMs, vertiport developers, other technology partners, anybody that's within the AAM ecosystem. We're working with them, trying to understand, how this is going to integrate efficiently within the city. And then again, we're building a model for policies. And that's much of the work right now. After this past year, I'm starting to bring together all the lessons that I've learned, and developing some policy recommendations and a direction, a roadmap for how we need to move forward into the future. 2022 is going to be a very busy year on the AAM front, with a number of pieces of policy coming from the FAA. That we want to be ready to react to. We want to be ready to provide feedback and to inform. And so, this last year has really been laying the groundwork for that. And just a quick snapshot of our government and research partners, on this. And it's not just the three that I started out with. We've also engaged with the FAA. We've engaged with Caltrans Aeronautics, who has a very important role in all this. And we've been involved with NASA since the get-go. Trying to understand what does the future of urban air mobility look like, and how do cities inform that future. And again, we really value our industry partners who are helping us understand, from an industry perspective, from an operator perspective, and from a business perspective, what are the needs out there? How can communities work with the industry, and refine business goals and business models, so that we can make this successful, and so we can, get to that point to where we scaled and have made this more affordable for, the more people. And so again, why Los Angeles? I think Los Angeles is pretty famous for having the congestion issues. And so I think that's a low hanging fruit for a lot of these operators that said, where do we want to launch at? Where is there a need for new solutions? And, Los Angeles comes to the top of the list, and you can Google transportation in Los Angeles and do an image search, and you're going to run up against pictures just like this on the screen right now. You're going to see congestion. You're going to hear stories of road rage. You're going to hear stories of, just a lot of problems that, have been created by developing a transportation system, around a singular mode of transportation, and that being the personal automobile. But more recently, the city has been challenged with other emerging transportation technologies, such as the e-scooters, ride hailing, things that have really just kind of happened to the city overnight. And we didn't get a lot of time to react and develop proper policy and proper policy interventions to make sure that this was equitable and this was, done in a sustainable way. And so, that's really what informed, Los Angeles's next move in all this. And so, and we'll talk about that in just a few minutes with a timeline on how we've evolved. But the other thing that makes Los Angeles so attractive for a lot of people is if you look at a Google Images or a Google Earth overhead shot of the city, you see these helipads that are scattered throughout the city. And I think at first glance, it looks like the city is ripe with helicopter infrastructure, so that means that it's ripe for eVTOL infrastructure, but a closer look, at these facilities, reveals that these were built for a very specific purpose, and that's emergency uses. And if you look at the conditional use permits for most of these facilities, you'll see that they're cited for emergency uses only. And so that's part of the policy work that we're doing, is understanding, is there a way to assess these facilities, for a transition to a facility that's going to transport passengers or cargo, and what do we need to look at? How do we assess that? What needs to go into our decision-making process on that? And so this gets into our timeline. And so Los Angeles has been a city that has been engaged with urban air mobility, since its early inception, and since Uber really announced its intentions to launch urban air mobility within Los Angeles. So we've been engaged, attending conferences, providing feedback into the system, and our involvement has been incrementally increasing over the years up till now with the urban air mobility partnership in place, that is actively engaged. My job is to be out here, keeping a finger on the pulse of everything that's moving within the FAA, within NASA, and just within the industry overall, to constantly, evolve our strategy and vision, how we, what is the city's reaction going to be, and how are we going to react to, emerging policy needs and regulatory changes. But this all started back in 2016 with the introduction of the policy document, Urban Mobility in a Digital Age. And this was really a response to the scooters, and when the scooters just appeared on the streets of Los Angeles and put, policymakers and regulators in a really tough position to react to policy, we realized that, we can't really fight against, emerging technology. We can't just, it puts us in a very difficult position to try and fight against change, and so what the Urban Mobility in a Digital Age policy book laid out was a way for us to embrace emerging technology and reach out to the industry and create partnerships where we can work together. And through these partnerships, the city can understand what the true opportunities for this new technology is, and the industry can understand what are the challenges for operating in the city. How do we create or prevent unintended consequences, for some of this stuff, and so this created a framework that really created the Urban Air Mobility partnership. This led to, in 2020, to a partnership with the World Economic Forum, where we developed the 7 principles of the urban sky, and these are the 7 principles of the urban sky that are just high-level principles, that any city, anywhere, can embrace, and it also gives some feedback to the industry on, what are cities concerned about, what are the things that we need to be looking for. And, there's these 7 principles really highlight, some basic needs, some basic things that need to be considered, as we're shaping, the industry and shaping our approach to integration within cities. Just later, a few months ago, in 2021, the Los Angeles Department of Transportation released a Urban Air Mobility Policy Framework Considerations document. And within this document, we refined, what was released in the Principles of the Urban Sky and added a little bit more clarity and a little bit more color to the picture, and it helped communicate, what our goals are and how we're thinking about equity, health and safety, data responsibility, sustainability, multimodal growth, economic growth, and transportation network adaptation or integration. And again, this is still, at the high level, but we're starting to get closer towards regulation. We're starting to get closer towards, what are the permitting needs? What is the response going to be, that gets codified, across the city departments, within the Department of City Planning, the Department of Transportation, the Fire Department. How do we inform policy, at that scale, to really respond effectively to this technology? And what we learned is that this is a problem, that the whole city, needs to react to, and we need to become united, as a city, to really understand, that, what the fire department, the decisions the fire department makes is going to impact decisions and work, that building safety is going to incur, which is also going to impact, what happens in city planning. And so, an interagency coordination and collaboration effort, is key to making this all happen. And so, that's also been a big part of my work is being that link, between different departments, to understand that, hey, city planning is thinking about this way. How does this impact transportation and so on and so forth? And, that's really allowed us to understand, what have we done already, and for the scooters, we developed a technology called MDS, the Mobility Data Specification, which helped us implement digital policies that could be adapted and leveraged and changed, relatively rapidly to respond to, a quickly evolving industry such as urban air mobility. And so we've been exploring ways to use MDS in our permitting process, to understand, what are the right uses for an existing or a new facility, and how do we protect the community around that and take all these things into consideration, through a conditional use permit or another permitting scheme. And with this, we're able to start understanding some of the deeper issues, that are involved with vertiport development, land use zoning, permitting at different scales, not just at the city planning, the development permits, but, if the fire department permitting, the water and power has a permitting process, and so how do we make sure that we're all working together to, holistically understand and mitigate the risks that are associated? And we want to make sure that we're not ignoring, the fact that any transportation, that evolves, has risks associated with it, and we understand, that we're aiming to be safer than aviation has ever been, but we can't eliminate risk completely, and so how do we understand, when something does happen, how do we position the city, in the best way possible to respond that and mitigate those risks and be able to save lives and property. Noise is already a big issue, and again, another thing we talk about eVTOLs and this new technology being quieter, but that's not silent. And even if they are able to reach a certain decibel target, any new noise, the citizens react to new noise, differently than they do to noise that's already been there. So you can have, right now outside the hotel window right now, I have, the little racer cars, that are zipping around the block and everything. Those things are noise, but people have adapted to that, and nevertheless, for me, being new in this area, it's still pretty annoying and it's still pretty frustrating. And so I think we're going to, while I know the vehicles are going to be quieter, I think there's still going to be a reaction from the public, even if we're able to target some of the more ambitious decibel levels, such as, 50 decibels, we've heard 55 decibels, any noise, any new noise is going to elicit a reaction from the public. And so we're trying to get ahead of that. Multimodal integration is a big piece of this. And so we've been working with NASA on a suitability model to understand, how do we factor in multimodal integration, to all the other needs of the city, and really trying to develop, how does this look like in a suitability model, and how do these suitability models impact, zoning regulations, the conditional use permitting process, and how does this impact other, goals that the city has, such as housing. One of the most pressing issues right now is a housing crisis, and within an area like Los Angeles, with very few developable space, the solution is always to build up, where creating new obstructions and navigable airspace, might be a reality that we're going to have to deal with. And so how do we work with the planning department on the housing element and all the other different general plan elements, that may be impacted by the introduction of urban air mobility. And so with all this, we're able to take this and evaluate it against, what's been put out there. What are the ideas that we've had so far? And, infrastructure, leveraging existing infrastructure, existing buildings, is a fantastic idea. Parking garages in particular pose a lot of opportunities, being a permeable building, where we're not creating, complex microclimates, to the extent that we are on a non-permeable building. And so we want to understand, how does this fit into the lessons that we've learned with this? How do we leverage existing corridors, as arrival and departure routes, and then how do we map, obstructions and things that, that may present a hazard to that and build that into our monitoring and permitting process. If there are opportunities for greenfield or infill development, how is that going to look, and how do we, create a process to make that, possible and happen smoothly? And then, of course, we want to leverage all our existing infrastructure. Airports are going to be a critical component of urban air mobility because we don't have to figure out new airspace issues. There's going to be a time right now, everything we're talking about, we're talking about just visual flight rules, operations under visual conditions. There's going to be a time when we have to start thinking about, how do we operate in weather? How do we operate in low visibility conditions? And airports already have that figured out. We already have instrument procedures that are built into airports. We already have, these airspace nuances figured out. And so, they're going to be an important piece in this, and we don't want to ignore that. And then bringing it all together, how does this look like in an integrated approach? And not just looking at it from the really pretty bird's eye views renderings that we've all seen, already. How does this look like on the street? This is a view that the average Angelino is going to be experiencing urban air mobility at. And from what we know, probably 80% of the people on the ground in this picture right here will never step foot in any kind of aircraft, let alone an eVTOL. So how are we taking care of them? How are we taking their needs into consideration? And how is the introduction of urban air mobility making their lives better? Through increased transit frequency, through improved just transit services overall, through land use changes that evolve around multimodal facilities like this. And so how do we leverage that for the future? And with this, as we start getting color to the picture, and we start getting more detail, we're able to re-communicate that back out to the community. And so, as I mentioned before, community engagement is a huge part of all this. And what we focused on is non-aviation community stakeholders. So we want to get out there and understand, what is the bicycling communities looking like? What are the pedestrian advocacy groups? How are they reacting to this? And I'll tell you what, in the very beginning of this, it was bad. Transit, pedestrian, bicycle advocacy groups, they all hated the idea of urban air mobility. And I think that's largely because what was being put out there, we are positioning urban air mobility as a competitor to these modes. And that's not what we're trying to accomplish in Los Angeles. We want to complement, we want the value to be additive, and so we've been working with bicycle advocacy groups and pedestrian advocacy groups to understand, what are their goals. They've been working in the city to try and improve the transportation situation for a lot longer than we have. So how can we align ourselves with their goals and find out where we have shared interests and work together in making Los Angeles a better place in the future? And that brings in equity groups, sustainability groups, and job creation opportunities that we're going to develop through economic development organizations, and then getting that back out into the community with the more recent workforce, with academic institutions. And so all this is really important to help us communicate effectively, and open that line of communication so that when a new vertiport engineering letter comes out next February, we've already opened that line of communication up, and we can reach out to these groups and ask for their feedback and ask, how is this going to impact you? And so that concludes, what I had in this presentation. And so again, happy to answer any questions, happy to expand on anything that you may have heard here. I know that was really quick, really high level, but things are moving quickly here. So I really appreciate the time, and I'll turn it back over to our moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Do we have any questions at this time, in person or online? Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hello, we're gonna begin. Our seventh presentation of the day will be on air taxi roadmap in Korea from 2022 to 2025. This presentation will be given by Director Jin Hang Na, Future Drone Transportation Division of Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for introducing me, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jin Hang Na, Director of Drone Transport Division, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, Republic of Korea. Well, I'm very glad to have a chance to introduce Korean UAM policy. We prefer to call on air taxi as UAM, since we are not just looking at the vehicle, but the whole system that's supported. So let me just start by sharing my video screen. Okay. Okay, so my division launched in 2019, and our only mission is to bring safe and convenient UAM into Korea. And since 2019, I believe my division has done many meaningful things. And among these things, I will introduce UAM Team Korea, 2 roadmaps, and 1 concept of operation. Actually, I kind of missed the PT from the Professor Lee, so I do not know whether there is a overlap between our presentations. But if so, please regard it as a review. So let's start by going back to 2007 when Steve Jobs introduced the first iPhone into the world. A phone, an iPod, and an internet mingled into one device. That small device, a smartphone, has changed our life so dramatically that nowadays we cannot think of life without smartphones. Well, UAM is similar to smartphone in that it has the characteristics of 3 different things: an airplane, a drone, and a car. They converge into one vehicle. We call it UAM. People can ride UAM in an urban environment, like a car. UAM uses airspace like an airplane, but it is as simple as a drone. Battery performance improvements and noise reduction are the leading contributors. And autonomous flight technology and, of course, renewable energy such as hydrogen fuel cell will play vital roles. UAM will change the future of transportation for sure. Some expect that it will become a $1 trillion market. Many countries and companies challenge to be the leader of the UAM industry. I heard that more than 300 companies are developing UAM vehicles. But will it be a game changer in transportation? Well, we do not know it yet. The impact of UAM will depend on our imagination and efforts. But one thing is clear: to make a meaningful change, we need to create a whole new ecosystem. Think that you go back to 2007 with a brand new smartphone. Would that smartphone work the same as today? Can you do what you can enjoy? Can you do what you can today with the phone? The answer is no. There was no 5G network, no YouTube, and no apps and contents that you enjoy today. Without an ecosystem to support a smartphone, it is just a toy. You can say the same thing to UAM. In establishing new ecosystem, the balance between components is fundamental. Vehicles, infrastructures, and transport traffic management and other supporting systems need to go side by side. There is an agricultural saying that the growth of a plant is limited by the necessity that which is present in the least amount. The least favorable condition controls the growth rate. I was kind of surprised when I encountered that phrase in the novel Dune, which is on the screen right now, because ornithopter in the novel reminds me what I'm doing, and the law of the minimum of agriculture explains the situation of UAM so well. We cannot leave anybody behind. For this reason, the Korean government focuses on nurturing every aspect of UAM and trying to build a balanced UAM ecosystem. Well, for those who have not seen the movie, I recommend you to watch it. It's a really good movie. Well, by the way, the government alone cannot achieve this goal. So we launched UAM Team Korea. UAM Team Korea is an association of 37 private and public organizations. It includes industries, academia, national and local governments, and research institutions. 2 roadmaps and a CONOPS are product of Team Korea. We will continue our partnership and expand our membership as the UAM ecosystem matures. Currently, we have more than 30 candidates as for the new memberships. They participate in Team Korea as an observer and make meaningful contributions. One interesting thing is that Team Korea members are signing MOUs in small subgroups to make their alliance more concrete. I regard it as a good sign that shows Team Korea is working pretty well. The first product of UAM Team Korea is the KUAM roadmap. We published it in June 2020. The roadmap set up 4 stages. Until 2024, we will prepare for the first official flight. At this stage, regulations and basic infrastructures will be established. Most of all, we will test the safety of UAM operation through the Grand Challenge program, which is similar to the national campaign of NASA. The first commercial flight will take place in 2025. We do not expect dozens of UAM fly over the cities from the first time. The start will be 1 or 2 UAM vehicles. Then the number will increase bit by bit as the price goes down and people feel safe in a new mode of transportation. By the early 2030s, UAM operators might start to make some profits. And when UAM industries go into the mature stage in the late 2030s, UAM fare will go down so that every person in a hurry may consider UAM as a transportation options. We came up with 6 strategies to meet the goal. The main objective of the roadmap is to introduce commercial UAM flight by 2025. So the strategies are set up to expedite the commercialization of UAM. First, we need to set up regulations to minimize the uncertainties concerning the emerging businesses. KUAM Grand Challenge program is prepared to test and evaluate the new UAM ecosystem. It will start from an open area for the safety, and then we'll bring it to the urban area that is similar to the actual operating condition. Meanwhile, guidelines for bodyport construction and traffic management will also be considered. The role of the private sector in UAM will be larger than the conventional aviation industry. To strengthen the private sector, free special zone will be designated where enterprises can freely test new technologies. The government also prepares a large-scale R&D program to lower the tech hurdles. These are the demonstration routes of the Seoul metropolitan area. Those who know the Seoul metropolitan area well, they link to main airports with CBD areas. There may be some changes on detail, but these are the strong candidates for the first commercial flight path. Well, the success of UAM as a mode of transportation rely on people's feeling about UAM. Safety and familiarity matters. So we will start from non-transportation usage first. Cargo delivery, public uses, and tourism would be a good starting points. Showing people that UAM can fly safely would lower the mind barrier. So Team Korea has conducted demonstration flights since last year. Infrastructure needs to be prepared along with the vehicle. We believe the private sector will play a vital role in this field. To support their actions, the government is building up guidelines for site selection and for the bodyport design. The guidelines will be blueprints for the regulations. And the Korean airport company, which is member of Team Korea, is working on vertiport development. They made a conceptual design for large-scale vertiport. You can check that on YouTube. I will show you the part of it. So. So the vertiport will not only be the place for UAM, but it will be our like transit hub for every mode of transportation and where the place that people can enjoy. And the next page is a video clip from the last November's demo flight. It's about 2 minutes. Let's take a look at it. That demo flight was done with the help of the UAM Team Korea members. For those who have the sharp eyes might have noticed that in the demo flight, we tested the related systems such as traffic management and vertiport operation along with UAM vehicles. Also, the demo was conducted in airport conditions. It shows that UAM can coexist with conventional airplanes and drones. And we are also preparing for the license and safety issues. Lastly, we are creating a new system having no common ground between countries. So countries need to work together. I believe today's symposium will be one of the valuable steps toward that end. KUAM roadmap focuses on policy issues. So to cover the technology side, we came up with a technology roadmap. While we are building up the technology roadmap, we started by analyzing the ecosystem of UAM and then made an operation scenario of the system. Even though the scenario was fictional, it was reasonable and workable. After that, we looked for the technology elements that require our attention. In doing so, one of our priorities was to make the scenario economically feasible. UAM operation should be economically reasonable, both for the customers and operators. If the fare is too high, no customer rides UAM, despite the convenience of it. If revenue does not meet profit goals, no company wants to operate UAM. So we came up with an operation scenario that meets the requirement of both sides. Then we start our target performance. We set up a target performance that makes the scenario a reality. These are the target scenario. There will be only 4 vertiports in the initial stage. People need to pay about $2.5 per kilometers. However, when the target performance are achieved through technological progress, Korea will have more than 50 vertiports. The fare will go down to $1 per kilometers. For the operator, the deficit is inevitable in the initial stage. However, as the operating situation matures, operator may start to earn profit solely from operations of UAM only, excluding other supplementary revenues. These are the target performance. Let's take a quick look. A pilot will be on board at the initial stage. The pilot is not only for the safety, but also for customers' relief. Then we'll gradually move on to the remote control stage and then fully autonomous flight level. At first, the cruising speed would be about like 150 kilometers per hour, and that the flight range will be less than 100 kilometers. But with the development of high performance batteries and motors, you may fly from LA downtown to maybe San Diego less than an hour in early 30s. And in the late 30s, going directly from LA to Las Vegas in an hour, which is about 350 kilometers away, may not be a dream. The better thing is you do not need to worry about going to LAX in the rush hour because vertiports will be right at LA downtown. Noise is also one of our primary concerns. The lower the noise is, the more places are suitable for vertiports, and the accessibility to UAM improves. This will lead to the expansion of the portion of UAM in transportation. Noise level will go down to the point that people would not look up sky when UAM flies over their heads. That's our goal. Well, we'll see if that will happen or not. This chart shows the technology roadmap based on the scenario and target performances. We are building up an R&D project to make it happen. And hopefully, the project may start soon enough if it passes the feasibility test. The government, well, need the feasibility test, in every project that needs some money. So, and the last of my presentation is the KUAM concept of operation. The paper shows who the players of the UAM ecosystem are and what their roles and responsibilities are, along with the UAM operation scenario. Based on this paper, companies may prepare for their businesses and the government will start to specify related regulations. This page shows the players of UAM. Among them, some are not in the conventional aviation system. A vertiport operator will take control of vertiport and the surrounding area. Since the vertiports locate in urban areas, operators' role with communities will become more substantial. UAM traffic management is the role of the PSU, provider of services of UAM. It is the key to the UAM operation. It manages the flight from the start to the end. All the information is shared between players via PSU. In Korea, traffic management is the role of the government entities. But for UAM, the government cannot cope with all the needs of complex urban flight. So we are planning to open the role to the private sectors. And SDSS is a supplementary data service provider, such as weather and geographic data. In UAM, micro weather affects not only safety, but also economic feasibility. So data from SDSS is supplementary, but essential. This page is the conceptual picture of the UAM operation. UAM is separated from drones and conventional airplanes by altitude. Drones fly under like 150 meter, 50 meter, and aircraft fly over 1,000 meters and above. So UAM takes airspace between 300 and 600 meters. The area will be limited since UAM will fly over the urbanized areas. So it will take a corridor form, but the size of it needs further discussion. There are Wi-Fi symbols in the picture. It means that we will use commercial communication networks such as LTE and 5G as a principal traffic control means, unlike conventional aircraft system using exclusive traffic control system for it. And this is the last page. So UAM means urban air mobility, but that does not mean that its usage is limited to the inner city. It may start as an airport shuttle and inner city transportation, but the future of UAM is limited only by our imagination. The horizon of UAM will expand as much as we try. International cooperation will be an excellent contributor to the effort. Well, thank you for listening, and I hope that this symposium becomes a meaningful moment of UAM history. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Na, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you again for taking your valuable Saturday morning time from Korea to speak to us.
I'm kind of tired, you know.
Do we have any questions online or in person at this time? Okay, as I don't see any hands raised, I just want to thank you again for your valuable time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Well, thank you very much. And if this COVID situation ends, I would like to go to LA and enjoy those wonderful weathers. Thank
Yes,
you.
we will welcome you here anytime. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will have one final presentation. Is the person ready? Not yet? Mr. Kenokov, how do you pronounce your last name?
Yeah, Khanikov.
Kenokov. Okay, yeah, we could see and hear you. So you want to start with a brief introduction of yourself and then begin your presentation?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for taking my presentation earlier and giving me time a little bit to arrange my screen. So I'm Ilya Khanikov. I have been working in the climate change industry for more than 10 years. I've been investing since I was working for a large corporation doing technology transfer, policy advice and carbon trading for large corporation, NGO, and my own business in this area that we sold to a publicly traded company at that time. So that was my international business development experience and exposure to the global global challenge environment. I became an angel investor since several years ago, and over the course of several years' journey, I met the team of aviation engineers and joined the team, and we started a company, and it was BART team. So what we're doing is definitely not new. Vertical flight has been attempted over 1,000 years. Over, well, half a century ago, 70 years ago, there was an idea excited that helicopters can be seen replacing automobile. Helicopters can do to airline what motor car did to railroads. That's the kind of ideas that were expressed. And it seems that now we are living in the decade when this vision will come to reality. And we are doing this electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that was considered by an independent research group at UC Berkeley as #1 for fleets, for its qualities such as long range, speed, roominess, compactness. And this is an aircraft that is engineered in several modifications, 2- and 4-seater aircraft. Let me do this. It'll be better. With the in-cabin and remote and autonomous operation, battery electric, and hydrogen fuel cell electric, and it will be certified for private use and commercial operations. Now, we are the only wide body eVTOL on the market. We have largest cabin space and comfort for passengers, while at the same time, we have very compact footprint. And these qualities are, this quality is really important, we believe, for such a dense urban environment as Seoul. On top of that, we use not only a battery electric, but a hydrogen fuel cell option that gives longer range. This is the comparison of where you can get from Seoul on a 30-minute battery electric flight or 2 hours hydrogen fuel cell electric flight. And the difference here is that either capturing the dense urban environment or actually capturing the whole country, and even more. We can be interesting equipment for international airline flying to Japan, for example. As you can say, as you can see from this green range line, if you put a center to a city like Busan, we can go to Fukuoka. Now, this range and is provided by a hydrogen fuel cell, and hydrogen technology, as you know, is on the rise. And many companies develop different types of hydrogen fuel cells. So it is a we consider it to be a safe technology to integrate in an aircraft. We expect high degree regulatory awareness of this technology over time. And we urge the technology developers and infrastructure developers to consider using this technology more and more. And I will talk more about this aspect, the benefits that it brings to particularly aviation. But so far, we seem to be developing an aircraft that is a good equipment for both private use and for fleets, and subject to certification programs in different countries. We are hoping to be able to make it available in different countries starting in several years' time, sorry, 5 years' time. So coming back to the hydrogen option that is so crucial to what we do is these three additional benefits that are only uncovered in the network operation and the fleet operation of the aircraft. Now, if you were to assess the aircraft efficiency, you would look at payload and range, but the shorter ground time for recharge gives you much more opportunity to stay longer in the air, so bring the cost of fleet operation down. And you can unlock so many more of the grid destinations that do not have megawatts in recharging cables. And those destinations can be included into the human habitat and more intensive use. And again, if you look at the aircraft analysis, you might want to use this rough way to estimate the potential of the aircraft to minimize the costs or to maximize the revenue opportunity. So range and payload is representative, range times payload is representative of the usefulness, and then takeoff weight. If you divide it by takeoff weight, you would get a ratio that will represent the potential minimization of the cost. The higher the takeoff weight, the higher the cost. And if you divide it by footprint, it represents the revenue opportunity because it can go and unlock and land on more places. Now, I encourage everyone to look at different aircraft using this this metric as one of potential approaches to analyze the efficiency. Of course, the data sources for many aircraft development programs are different, and you might get a scatter graph like this, which is an interesting assessment of the comparable productivity of the aircraft. But that's on the aircraft basis. If you look at the efficiency of the aircraft in a network, what we like to do is to add number of potential origin destinations and the ground time. And as you can see, the hydrogen option adds or influences substantially 3 parameters on both of these formulas. And obviously, that effect will be a multiplier effect for introduction of the air taxi networks. We cannot forget that hydrogen represents an option to take the electricity from purely zero emission sources, get away from the energy grid mix, and actually mandate purely zero emission operation. Now we are very, very excited to be presenting our aircraft on this forum, partly also because of this graph. This is what we know, how many hydrogen refueling stations exist in Korea compared to the US, and that's mainly California. And it's very, very encouraging to see that this hydrogen infrastructure and historical focus of Korean government to explore the options that hydrogen energy represents can now be taken as momentum going forward, especially in aviation, because it's so important for network operation of fleets and for making aircraft so much more productive. And here is why it is actually could be even more important than many think. We believe that there is an unseen, unnoticed potential of induced travel that is that may yet be omitted in the analysis of the urban air mobility or advanced air mobility markets. And if you bear with me for the next few slides, I would be putting together a picture for you. Now there is, I couldn't find the same report for Korea. It would be very, very interesting to see the same figures for Seoul, for example, or for large areas. But as people agree to drive further away, the three columns here represent they drive for 15 minutes from their homes, 30 minutes or 60 minutes from their homes. You see substantial exponential increase in number of jobs that they have access to. The amount of economic opportunity raises tremendously. At the same time, people don't want to travel more than 30 minutes. This is taken from New York. This is the usual trip duration in and out of Manhattan. And you can see the same histogram over bicycle sharing networks, rentals, taxi trips. Most of the trips, majority of the trips fall within 10 to 30 minutes. And this principle is called Marchetti constant. There is substantial avoidance of travel if the trip is more 30 minutes. Now, what happens with introduction of air mobility may be very similar to what happened as highways got introduced. They did not reduce the traffic jams on narrower, slower roads. Rather, they neared the remote destinations and encouraged more people to go on those highways and actually take the trips that they wouldn't otherwise take. This induced travel can be shown by this map. this is the area on the left-hand side that is within the 15-minute car drive isochrone around Seoul or Seoul Center. Now, on the right-hand side, there is a 100 times more area. In fact, it's even wider area that will be covered by the air mobility network. This is not exact representation. The area will be wider with the same isochrone, the same, say, 15 minutes. And if we look at how many more opportunities will fall within this 25-30 minutes isochrone for more people, we can easily see them starting to use air mobility and take that opportunity for the trips they never took in cars. I like the phrase, when you're basing your decisions on historical data, you may be building for the world that no longer exists. And I think this may be an uncovered or yet undiscovered opportunity that we will see happening. And if it is so, in such case, it is even more important that we have hydrogen option for energy, hydrogen infrastructure for distribution, and renewable hydrogen as the net zero emission or absolute zero emission energy source. To sum up my report to you is that we are very happy to be teaming up to jointly explore the opportunity for urban air mobility and regional mobility, domestic and even international aviation segments. We believe that our equipment will make our clients unlock more market segments and opportunities by comparison to many other developments in the industry. And it is just about the right time to start building the systems, infrastructure, and operational organizations that will capture the full potential of this substantially underestimated or even unnoticed market for air mobility that will bring amazing economic benefits across the supply chain, manufacturing, ripple effects in social and economic lives of the larger connectivity. And certainly the development of hydrogen economy is our hope for net zero and substantial reduction of CO2 emissions. Thank you very much. Over to you. I'm ready to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Karnikov. Do we have any online or in-person questions? Seeing there's nobody raising their hand, we want to thank you again for your presentation. We hope you have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And thank you for having me earlier. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for attending today. If you still have any lingering questions, please feel free to email info@kaenergy.org. Again, it's info@kaenergy.org. That concludes today's presentation on air taxi. Thank you so much.